Literally a rapid running through the forest. We're in flood conditions. Beauty, dude. Polar bear. Craziest experience I've ever had. Yo, bear, bear! Flying along, we're not paddling at all. This river is just amazing. Northern Lights.
Oh yeah.
Yeah! Are at Old Woman Bay on the north shore of Lake Superior. Is it ever freaking beautiful? Jim and I are just on our long overlanding trip up to northern Manitoba, where we are going to be embarking on an incredible once-in-a-lifetime adventure. We're going to be paddling massive lakes. We're going to be going up the Barrington River and into the Seal River, where we might experience polar bears, black bears, grizzly bears, you know, seals, you name it. We're going to be fishing for massive lake trout, massive pike, Arctic grayling for about a month-long trip. Getting close to the Boundary Waters area of the US, or Quetico in Canada, and then we're going to just be in Winnipeg and heading straight north from there.
Looks like a bear. Big bear. Whoa, is that ever a big bear? Hey, bud.
Really cool, misty, rainy time. Just saw a black bear. We also saw a moose, and pretty cool. Yeah, it's just a beautiful bear. This part starts to get a little sketchy when it's foggy and raining and it's getting dark with those kind of animals bursting out of the woods. You gotta keep on your toes, and you don't want to be driving tired, so. From this point right here, all streams and rivers flow north to the Arctic Ocean.
It's a long time to get out of Ontario. We're heading up to Kenora. We are maybe about 3.5 hours out of Winnipeg. Beautiful drive across the North Shore of Lake Superior. Amazing wildlife, 3 moose, couple bears. Ted even saw a bunny and a fox.
Entering the province of Manitoba, making good headway. We'll be heading north, get in our float plane and flying deep into the wilderness and get this freaking amazing adventure started. Wow, freshwater pelicans, who would have thought? I remember reading about them, but I'd completely forgotten that these were here. So pretty cool. Don't see that every day.
High, won't see, can see, and nin.
And check out this freaking awesome waterfall here. Wow.
Lovely ice.
Incredible waterfall. A little concerning that there's still ice piled up here. It's kind of a sign of how cold the water is going to be that we're paddling. There might be some lingering ice on the lakes we run into. And the water's level is quite high. You can tell it's still quite swollen. So we're going to be running into some of that as well. Got to go upriver. That might help us get up some shallow sections, but it might make it impassable as well. Pisu Falls, which means Lynx Fall. Pisu means lynx in Cree, and a pretty good legend on it too. Powerful, beautiful place this is. I'm really glad we pulled over and checked it out. No one else here.
We are just driving into the float plane base in Thompson. This is actually not going to be where we get a float plane from. We're actually picking up a shuttle driver here, and we're going to be driving to Leaf Rapids where we're going to meet the float plane. So some interesting logistics.
Ready to go?
Yeah, we're ready. We have left anything paved behind, but overall the road looks pretty good into Leaf Rapid.
Right on schedule.
That's our plan. All right.
Oh, this is a toll van. Does it all.
So after careful calculation by our pilot, it looks like he's going to be able to take us out in one shot. Take care, Joe. Thanks a lot. See you later.
touchdown. Just got us right in here.
And we're there.
I love how beavers are still here.
Oh yeah, this one spent time in South America for a long time, and wow. I think he was delivered to South America maybe even originally.
Oh, yeah. It's a 56?
Yeah.
Wow.
And this one's really nice. It flies a lot. It has the nose extension and just a few little modifications that really make a big difference.
Everything's been going just really smooth so far. We managed to get out in one trip, which puts us ahead of schedule. We're actually going to be able to put some miles behind us today, it looks like. We're going to load our canoes just right off the plane, and then we'll be officially left alone in the wilderness to fend for ourselves. Let's hope we know what we're doing. That's like the smoothest float plane ride all around we've had, eh, Jim?
I'd say so.
Thumbs up. Thanks, buddy.
No problem. No problem at all. Okay. Best of luck here. Okay, that's everything you need, guys?
That is everything we need.
Well, have lots of fun, guys.
We will.
Officially alone in the wilderness. What a freaking incredible adventure we got ahead of us. We have to go deeper and deeper into the wilderness. We're just getting further and further. It's not like we're paddling back to where we got flown in from.
Further away from any people or help.
So yeah, we got to be careful out there, but everything has gone just peachy up into this point. I hear the mosquitoes out. They sound horrific. Peanut butter quesadillas.
Figure what the hell's the point of lugging a shotgun around unless it's ready to fire. So I'm gonna load up the magazine. I'll leave the pipe open, so one pump, boom. Just in case there are bears, polar bears when we get to the coast. There's tundra grizzlies even where we're gonna be going, so figure it makes sense.
I'm on the water. We're gonna start going upriver, planning on catching fish right away. The double blade is going to help on these big lakes and going upriver. Supposed to average about 30 kilometers a day. That's including today. So just getting put in by the plane today. Obviously, we're not going to hit that mark. But we also didn't know if we'd make it anywhere today. So it's nice that that we're able to.
Double blade handles the current going upriver pretty good. Looks like the water's high, so we don't have to deal with low water, dragging, portaging over rocks, but it's going to be pushier current, so harder paddling. There we go. Oh yeah, got one. Pike. First fish of the trip. A little pike. A bitty pike. Here's your big brother, bud. Just a little guy. Yeah. There's one. That one feels a little better. Oh, Waldo. Oh, Waldo. Where's Waldo, Ted?
Yes.
Yeah. I didn't even know we'd be getting into any walleye, Ted.
That's a good eating size. Jim has caught a walleye and I already want to change my lure. Oh yeah. Whoa! Walleye!
Yeah, it's a tank.
It's a tank. Wow. Look at that beaut, yes!
What a first fish. Ted was a little slow to get on the board, but landed a tank walleye. How'd that feel, Ted?
Oh, it felt exhilarating.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that
that fatty. Not nearly close to the size of Ted's, but I'll take it. We let Ted's go. Too much food.
Well, that was great. We brought food for this trip, of course, but we also are planning on supplementing meals with fish so that we didn't have to pack so extensively heavy. Oh my God. Not gonna be able to do too much of that.
So day one of a 25-day trip, naturally you're gonna be heavy, and that makes that kind of thing a lot harder.
So the high water, the narrowing river, making the current quite strong in here. It's a little concerning, but the river narrows yet again. Looks like there's another section just right up ahead. Pretty tough. You can't really track this because of the shores. It's exhausting. We just came over an old beaver dam. It's underwater, but because the water's high, we were able to paddle over it. It's hard to explain just what it is exactly we're doing. We just drove to far northern Manitoba, far up as you can get, basically. Then we take a freaking bush plane just into the absolute massive expanse of wilderness. Like, the wilderness here is some of the most remote left on the planet. And so we are really remote, and it's actually an amazing feeling. Very powerful feeling, but it's also, you know, makes you nervous. You can't make any mistakes. You have to be extra careful, and you don't know what you're gonna run into and all that kind of stuff. But it's also just so amazing that we have this kind of thing to be able to do here. But you know, sometimes you have moments where you're like, oh my gosh, what have we got ourselves into? Admittedly, I could have done a few more push-ups before headed out here. When I was thinking upriver travel, I definitely had something harder in mind than what we're doing at the moment, but no doubt it will get harder soon. So Jim and I have to survive for 25 days just with the equipment we have, almost half of which is camera equipment. It's going to mean the necessity of catching and eating quite a few fish, about a third of our food with fish. We think the fishing should be really good, so we're taking the chance, but you know, it's a bit of a survival adventure in that respect, that it might be actually really dangerous and challenging to make it if we weren't catching a lot of fish and eating them. I think we're right here.
That's exactly what I think.
That's why I think there's a nice campsite right
here.
there.
Yeah.
It's high here.
I'll camp here.
I guess.
Not a ton of good camping in this country with the high water and the kind of boggy nature of the shore and that. By the time we get dinner cooked, it's gonna be like midnight.
Oh, for sure. I think it's smart to camp, dude.
Yeah.
It's been a long day. Noticed a little opening just downriver. It's not nice camping along here, so we're gonna take advantage of this little spot. Well, this is our camp spot for the night. Not the best, but certainly better than that over there.
All right. We weren't even sure if we were gonna get into any pickerel at all on this trip. So extra special little treat there. That's dinner.
Short form for mosquitoes. Squeets. And there are a lot of squeaks out here, let me tell you. And the ice just melted on the lakes, and so the mosquitoes are just starting to come out in full force. So as we get going on the trip, they're only going to get worse. So looking forward to that for sure, because we're just trying to toughen up as much as we can out here. Let's see if this works.
How do you like that knife?
It's amazing.
Yeah. Chopping a flat surface out of that log so we can take the pickerel skins off.
Fire smells just amazing. We're burning spruce and it's got that just amazing smell to it. Look.
Oh, trap. Artifact. That's pretty old though, eh?
Yeah, it is.
Must be from like a marten set or something up in the tree like that.
Yeah.
Most guys use conibears to trap martens with, but this is definitely like marten country in here, I think. Fish or whatever. That's cool.
Shaking up the walleye fillets with some fish cooked in a bag.
Shake it up, baby, now shake it up, baby. Fish and shout, fish and shout. Best Beatles song, IMO.
That is top-notch walleye. Honestly, better than you could get at your finest restaurant.
Nice little spot here. Tomorrow morning, first thing, we're gonna have to wade and beast paddle up a rapid. But overall, this section has been quicker than we thought it was gonna be.
Coming down the right would be the way to run it. just a beautiful day. Jim and I are just debating whether or not we should put our dry suits on. We want to drag and like possibly fall up to our chests, you know, and we're not sure we want to actually like officially swim up the rapids. Oh, but I just don't want to do it. But what a beautiful day. Morning, I am having a Mountain House granola and blueberry. I feel like these ones are a little swindly because it's just like, isn't granola already bone dry? Like, how do you freeze dry bone dry bones, right? Pretty good. Look at all those fresh berries in there. So this is a win for me.
This is homemade whey protein powder. I'm just gonna add a scoop of that to my oatmeal every morning. Second course, machine gun bullets. Just kidding. I don't usually eat machine gun bullets for breakfast. Bacon. Huh? Hammer time. First thing that we gotta do is we gotta head up wherever I flew the drone here this morning. I could tell that there's another long rapid, and then after that looks pretty good. But the long rapid is gonna be more challenging than anything we faced so far. We're gonna have to try to wade the boat up. The current's really powerful. It's all going to depend on how deep it is. There's nowhere to walk on shore because the high waters push the river right into the bushes. So it's going to be tough.
Oh no! I've put it on backwards. This is the ass. How does that happen? I guess the legs are twisted the wrong way.
They put the feet on backwards?
I think maybe, dude.
Oh no.
This is the right way to put it on. Let's see. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they just spin around.
Oh,
they're
yeah!
fun. Yeah! Started getting worried that because it's brand new that the socks had been stitched on backwards.
Bye, campsite day number 1. 3.5 hours to break camp. Not my most proud record, but that's okay.
It turned out to be a pretty nice campsite.
Like, how cold do you think it was? Like 1 degree?
Yeah, it got quite cold. The average temperature as we get closer to Hudson Bay is actually much colder. So, you know, I mean, there's polar bears there, right? So
It's like the water's come up.
kind of looks that way, doesn't it? We're at our first obstruction here already. Right side might be easier to walk up because there's less overhanging.
Try to keep the bow angled into shore.
Well, that was pretty easy. Long rapid to go up here. Dude, it looks like we'll be able to track it.
Yeah.
Walleye. Nice walleye. It's good eating size, but I think maybe I'll let her go. We got a lot of portaging to do today.
That's what we gotta go up. Just scouting this out. It looks really fast but shallow enough that we could get a good footing. If we could cut off this bush, it would be easier to come up this side. Really deep here.
It looks shallow at the start, but Jim's up there and he says it gets a lot deeper. I think I'm gonna try to track up it, at least at the start. If things get tough, I'll veer off into the shrubbery. Yeah!
All right.
Yeah, dude, the high water is just great right now. That went pretty smooth. So the high water is really saving our butts here. If that was low, that would have been quite a slog portage.
Nice.
Tough to dodge the rocks, eh? Oh man, double blade is really paying off.
Look what we have here.
Yeah.
I don't know if we can wade up this, dude.
Not sure how it's gonna be around the corner.
A lot of sketchy crevices to get your foot and your ankle stuck in. We're not pushing it, but we're also not taking our sweet ass time. That's a lie. Ted took a break. He's lying down on a boulder.
A little later in the season, this rapid would be definitely not navigable to walk up like that. That worked out great. Interesting, but not too hard. A lot more pleasurable than trying to hack it through this swampy bush. It is a scorcher today. Just a beautiful freaking day. Man, what a blessing if this keeps up. Yeah, the piss stream, if we can navigate up that piss stream.
We could probably just drag it in that way.
Right. Just changing over my maps. We're off the first map and onto the second. And with this high water, we're starting to think like a lot of the things that we thought were portages coming up might not even be.
It looks like the outflow is over there. It doesn't look like much from here.
Really huge bald eagles. And there's another one soaring up above, not too far away. Very likely a nesting pair. Just absolutely magnificent birds. They make the largest nest out of any bird and can weigh up to a ton, apparently. It's amazing how good their nests are and how they don't blow away in the wind and everything. It's really nice to see the bald eagles reclaiming territory and spreading out further and further, seeing more and more and more of them over the years. Ever since they banned DDT and they put them on the endangered species list, and so protected habitat. I think they took them off the endangered species list recently, which is a good success story. Some pretty flowers, really nice. Pull over here to bar up. Fruit to go mango. Then I got Cliff Bar, pretty gross, and some trail mix. Cashews, peanuts, M&Ms, raisins, almonds. Pretty good.
This is all I've eaten today since breakfast. Some of my homemade pemmican. Voyageurs on average would eat about 1.5 pounds of this per day. It's like a portage.
Yeah, baby, walleye. Yeah. There we go, decent one, eh?
Beauty. A lot of small pike in here.
Little pike. Whoa! So many little pike in here. I think we're not deep enough. Have a look. It's going well. I was about to get it out, and then it flipped when I wasn't ready. Doesn't look too bad though.
This looks pretty bad. I'm just gonna scout it out a bit, but I don't want to drag over these rocks. This side actually looks pretty deep. It's too bad we've got a few more like this from the connecting lakes. Maybe we were starting to get ahead of ourselves, thinking, oh geez, yeah, like all these things are gonna be like this, but maybe they're not. We're gonna have to portage them all. Branches and forks out everywhere and just alders and pretty bad.
Ted just came back from scouting, has come back to report that this is a portage. Probably have another one right after this, but yeah, no time like the present, I guess. That last part to do. We want to keep going, but it is about 5 minutes to 7. Ted's actually just scouting out a spot right now.
Nice flowers. It's like pitted. It's nice and dry, but it's like sometimes it must be like filled with water is how it seems.
Yeah, so maybe we'll try further down the lake.
We were starting to get kind of cocky, being like, oh yeah, we're just gonna be wading up all these no problem high water. Well, not this one. We're going to look for a campsite. We're supposed to average about 30 kilometers a day. And of course, going upriver, you can't really expect to do that. So we just hope to be able to make up the time on the days ahead. It is just a beautiful evening. It's just that warm summer breeze just blowing across the lake, just carrying the smell of the forest. It smells so nice.
Something tells me these geese don't want us here. The portage trail is guarded by some irate geese just to make things all the more challenging.
They have little goslings that are very cute. Don't worry, mommy. We won't eat your babies.
Look up there, Ted.
Looks like hell. Just like water running through the woods. Just thick, thick alders. I think the other side is the way to go. It looks like you can get to some better ground here on the left. Okay.
Thank you. That was challenging.
Here's this lake. This lake looks gorgeous, Ted. Oh, it looks like an old trail. Look, Ted. There's a side slough. You could paddle right up to here. We bushwhacked through all of that. But if I just got through there, I could have avoided all of this. An old trail. I think this is the Cree here. As we get further north, it'll be traditional Dene territory. Who knows why they would have traveled this route? Hunting grounds, maybe trading, all of the above. Could have been more canoe parties passing through this specific area back in the day. It's amazing that some of these trails are here. They were probably used seasonal migration. You can still see the remnants of that trail, which is cool. It's probably been kept, beaten down a little bit by animals too over the years, but pretty neat. And obviously they're a lot smarter than me and Ted.
Wish we had found that trail a little sooner. Made things way easier. Rockier shores here, which is a welcome sight because it's just been really boggy. Hopefully we can find a campsite over on these. I think that we're gonna camp right there.
All right, Ted spies a campsite. Yeah, it looks like it flattens out right up there, actually.
Pretty tough to find a tent spot, but there's all these cranberries, and there's actually the odd cranberry on here still, right here. And they're actually pretty good. But because of that, there's also a bear trail here.
Big old black bear.
So a little small. Here.
I think we could fit it in here.
Lie down on there.
Well, usually moss is really moist, right?
Yeah.
Like usually they say you shouldn't put your tent on moss.
Right.
I like it. I think we do it.
A serious lightning storm coming here.
That is dumping rain over there and it's blowing this way.
Yeah, it's coming. So anyway, behind me is quite the thunderstorm. Here comes the wind. Oh, it's already started on the lake. Hear it?
Yeah. Like tie it off to there.
Whoa, dude. Pink lightning. Like, look at this. Because the bigger tarp would be even more of a sail. We're flying out right now. Pretty wild.
See these kind of white-ish patches? That kind of tells me that it's not that thick and like maybe the bulk of it will blow over.
Sounds like a bunch of it has already passed.
Yeah. I don't think we got the brunt of it.
The main lightning is over there now and thunder's over there.
See if we can get a fire going in this soaked conditions. I'm sure we can.
did manage to find some dry tinder by just going to like really the most covered areas and the low-hanging branches. So if you see how gray and dry that is compared to, say, the same stuff taken from a not dry area, just soaked, right? Everything's soaked in there, but I found some dry-ish. Nice.
What a mission.
Rice and chicken, macaroni and cheese.
Oh, that looks pretty good, eh? Good. Feeling a little sore this morning, actually. That's all right. I'm gonna get up and just start giving her. Good morning, Ted. Today we got across the height of land. It divides the waters from Lake Winnipeg and the Seal River. Once we're past that, it's gonna be downriver all the way.
Last night I discovered the air pocket on my canoe has water in it. Trying to find where the leak is, but I can't find it. Here's the air pocket here. This is so that your canoe floats if you tip, and there's water has gone into there. So I was hoping I'd see where it was coming out, and I'm not. Really hope it's not coming from the outside of the canoe. I want to come prepared and bring a little of canoe repair if possible, because things like this could happen, right? So it's just part of when you're out here, you got to be self-reliant. Leak is actually on the outside.
From here to here.
It must have been a defect. So things happen, you know, these canoes are tough. Jim's got several of them and he smashed them into boulders. I mean, they whipped them off a building when they made them. Nothing like this has happened. That's what I'm gonna use to fix this.
Just trying to drain the water out of the air pocket. Okay.
So my main concern with this is, will it properly adhere to these materials? Part of me was like, maybe I should chisel off this skid plate here, but I don't want to make things worse. The epoxy is still a little soft. I'm a little nervous about just throwing it in the water. It does say that it will cure underwater. It's marine epoxy.
Well, Ted's launching his boat. The JB weld he put on there, still a little tacky, not ideal, but at the same time it's already 11:30. I think we're just gonna risk it and go, and then hopefully all works out.
On the water. My goodness.
Wind's kind of coming in gusts. It gets bad, then it dies down a bit.
disgusting.
Got a fish on. What is it? What will it be? Is it a Waldo? Tell me Waldo's here. Oh, another small pike. Little bitty pike. Whoa, a lot of pep in that sucker.
I can smell it.
Really?
Yeah.
Dad's got quite the sniffer. You can smell that pike. It's right downwind of it. There's a campsite.
Oh, there's just a flat tent spot right there.
Yeah, a little bit easier to get to. One thing about our site though is that some pretty nice views.
Good view of watching the thunderstorm come across.
That's one thing when you're just like in a wilderness area, there's no campsites marked on your map. So sometimes you end up in a crappy spot because it's late and you just want somewhere and you don't know if around the next corner is a bog or a beautiful site.
This lake is about 4.5, 5 kilometers long, and it's just an unnamed lake. Just absolutely beautiful. Not a single cabin, sign of a single person around. You know, go a little further back towards development and there'd just be cabins and cottages and houses just lining every inch of it. So sometimes, you know, we get out to these remote places, but sometimes it's important to enjoy the moment and just realize how like special this actually is. To be able to just be in a place that's just so untouched and wild and free still. It's just something that's becoming less and less a reality in the world. And this lake is tiny in comparison to the other ones we're headed through. So we're approaching the portage and we were debating which side to start from, and it looks really boggy.
This portage is pretty freaking long, over a kilometer, and then with no trail, all the zigzagging is going to be a lot. But maybe there's some sort of a semblance of the trail here.
I'm thinking maybe we start on the left. Just coming over here to just check the creek, just in case. So this is the creek mouth. I'd say that that's not a route to go.
Maybe I'm going to take a compass bearing here.
Right.
The way you do it is you line your base plate up between point A and point B. So you line the side of your compass up between A and B. Then you line up the lines that you see here within the compass housing with the north and south grid lines on your topographic map. Which, there we go. What's the declination you got there?
4 degrees, 32 minutes.
Yeah, so not a big declination here. I mean, because we're not too far from a longitudinal center. So I'm just going to adjust this dial. Each little indicator there is 2 degrees, so 3, 4. After I took my declination, rotate until the red north needle sits inside the red needle box that's inside the compass housing. There, and as soon as that sits like this, the compass directly points in the way you're going.
I'm also gonna put it into my GPS. It's a little backup, but honestly, these are annoying in the woods. They spin around and sometimes they're not accurate, and the compass is actually better. So it's good backup, but you know, why not? They also break. I've had it break. So I got this and that, and Jim's got one. So I think we'll be covered. Let the suffering begin! Woo! Sufferfest extraordinaire. The squeaks are coming out, and I also noticed, squeaks by the way are mosquitoes. I have also noticed there is a fresh hatch of black flies. Yay! Can we get a round of applause for the fresh hatch of black flies?
Welcome into the world.
Welcome, black flies, welcome. Their larvae feed the fish, which we need to eat, and they keep everyone at bay. No one wants to come here. So we have this all to ourselves, because if they do come here, they get absolutely annihilated by bugs. And they're like, this isn't fun at all. So we, you know, just pretend that that's not a problem. Sometimes have a little meltdown and then get back to it. But, you know, I like to think of the mosquitoes and the black flies and the horse flies as the guardians of the north, right? Guarding the wilderness. So good for them. Oh, geez. Good thing to apply this right before the walk here. Oh, it looks like I sprayed some bug spray on my sunnies. Wonderful.
Usually I wouldn't tie this on a dead branch. I'm going this way.
Yeah. Yo, the GPS kind of doesn't get the best signal. It looks like you're pointing off your bearing and you're going the wrong direction. But when you look at the compass, it shows that we're going exactly where we're walking. Find the GPS through the bush. You'll get there as long as it doesn't break. Sometimes take you a little, you'll walk around and be like, oh, it's that way. And then it'll correct, and so you can walk out of your way a bit. The compass, you have to make sure to stay on your line. If you have to walk around something, you count your paces out that side and count them back, because it won't just keep finding where you are every time. There's pros and cons to both. Jim's flagging, which is awesome, and he's using the orange flagging tape, so it's like I can literally see 3 of his flags from here. What an excellent service he's providing. Oh, it's just getting worse, eh?
Pretty much.
God, dude, this bog. So hard. Damn it. Oh, and it's just so ripping hot. I swear this food barrel is probably like 70, 80 pounds, but walking through this feels like it's like 400.
So, this is the crap that we're going through right now. We're just going through muskeg swamp right now.
Our friend.
Swarms of black flies.
Yeah. It's actually quite beautiful. It's just really miserable to walk through. Damn. Back into the muskeg we go. Maybe if I had brought some anabolic steroids with me, but they probably wouldn't be working yet either, so. But yeah, it's exhausting walking through this. It feels like you're walking through suction cup, like foot deep snow kind of thing. And then with the weight, it just amplified.
Labrador tea everywhere. Smells phenomenal. Wish I'd brought some water though.
Can't wait to get to the lake. I didn't bring a water bottle because I didn't want to carry it like an idiot. Neither of us did, but I brought my filter for when I got there. But I really could use some water.
This muskeg is killing me. It's almost pulling my foot off every time, and it's pulled my neoprene sock down around my foot. But let me tell you, this ground walking in it is horrible. I see it. Oh, it's just a tiny pond. Oh, but it's there. Oh, thank God. Oh, whew. Oh, it's more gorgeous than I'd ever imagined. Whew. I always tell myself, sometimes you say, I don't have to make it the whole way. I don't have to make it, you know, whatever this was, 1,100 meters. I just have to make it 300 meters or 200 meters. And and then you take a break. Then you go, okay, all I have to do is make it 200 meters. Man, just having that attitude makes a huge difference.
Oh, thank God. It's like walking through like 2 feet of snow without snowshoes, but it suction cups your feet.
Yep.
Woo.
Few bugs around, Ted.
Oh, unbelievable.
Yeah! Look at him, Matthew. Oh, I love you, Ted.
So mad.
You're the best, dude. Brown.
You flagging it was just a miracle.
Well,
miracle in the muskeg. At least it's not hammering rain, eh?
At least it's not hammering rain, eh? That's so true. Love that positivity.
It was much lighter than any of those bags I was carrying. As awkward as it is. Yeah, the sun is just killer. We're into the muskeggy section. I mean, it's all muskeggy, but this is where it gets really soupy.
My canoe seat broke. Brand new seat. Like, I guess I can try to splint it, but damn it.
Getting close, but like we still have to paddle across that little lake and do another portage today. And we're both like, man, we're falling way behind here. So hopefully the next one goes a little quicker. I know it's shorter, but shorter doesn't always mean easier. This isn't that long, but it's just through a swamp, so it's so hard. Onward. Beautiful day at the moment. It's lovely that the blackflies have joined me. Yeah! Feels like
Yeah. That just took all day.
Yeah, let's get on the water.
All right.
There's a lot of squeedy buggies here. Look,
Next.
there's a dragonfly. Finally, I was wondering where these guys were. Oh, we're on the water. It feels so wonderful. Unfortunately, though, we have a very short paddle, so we have to do another portage. But luckily, this one will be much shorter. It's a welcome break. This is the extreme headwater lake. This lake, there's a drainage that flows both ways out of it.
This looks pretty good here, dude. Trees all along here.
Just beyond those trees, maybe about 80 meters or something. After that, it's all downriver. No more upriver and doing this kind of crap. If there is a portage, it won't be like this. Pretty sure anyway. But the last 20 yards or so is gonna make us work for it.
Almost sinking it up to my knees. Look at this. Water from here flows into the Seal and flows into Hudson's Bay, 70 kilometers north of Churchill. All the water back that way flows into Winnipeg and eventually makes its way to Hudson Bay, I think through the Nelson, but characteristic of Haida land crossings, I guess. How you doing, Ted?
All right.
But there's the lake. Isn't she beautiful? On a bald eagle. That is a good omen for sure.
What I'm walking on right now is the extreme height of land. So water, if it rains here, it flows in 2 directions. So it's pretty cool. Quite an adventure to do that. A lot of people find a river, paddle it down to the finish, or on a lake or whatever, but they don't go upriver, cross over that height of land to where the river's flowing in a different direction. And the landscape really changes as you do it. You really see such different countryside and everything, and gives you a feeling how, you know, people used to have to travel at one time. If you really had to travel, these are the kind of things you had to do. So the First Nations, indigenous people who were here first would have been doing this, and then the voyageurs, just a whole other breed of individuals that were so self-reliant and so strong and in such good shape, tough as nails, such a good understanding of the land, how to survive on it, how to travel it, how to navigate it without all this modern gear and technology. And that's really impressive. Some places, in a way, have become more remote because no one's using the land the way they once did. I'm stuck in the muskeg. I can't get my foot out. Oh. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, that was horrible. We made it over the height of land. Yeah! All right, let's get out of here.
But I had no idea it was going to be that hard, man. These last 2 portages didn't seem even remotely that hard from the map, hey? My God. Maybe I'm going to live. I think I will. That's nice, eh?
What, there's just something there?
Yeah. See to your right there? That looks flatter than here.
Yeah, over here, like you're saying?
Yeah.
So we just pulled over almost right away. Looks pretty good.
What if we like whip this tree out of the way?
Yeah.
Feel like that. Using more than one. Leave the camera on all night for this.
Good morning. Already significantly less fat. Woke up at about 10 to 6. Just couldn't get up for the life of me. Tried to engage Ted, who was non-compliant. This morning, same usual. Take down the tent, boil some water, coffee, oatmeal or no meal, a little dried fruit, GTFOH. Light.
Little flavor shop, but this one has the electrolytes. Bring the one with the electrolytes if you can. Oh my god, there's a lot of buggeroonies out. And I'm exhausted. Not really moving too quick. I have to put my wet neoprene socks on. Always a fun part of the day. You can't just like wear your dry shoes. You just think that you'll be able to keep a dry pair of shoes dry. Even if you do your due diligence, by the end of the day, you'll just get a soaker. So now the favorite part of the day, pushing the French press. Push it. Push it real good. Push it. Even sung along. This coffee is delicious.
So my canoe seat broke yesterday. It's just teetering by a thread before it breaks. So I'm gonna try to splint it. It's called the Boreal 21 by Agawa Canyon. Awesome little folding saw. People that have wooden canoe seats that are mad at me cutting down a wooden tree to fix my canoe seat, better check yourself. Where the seat goes. Dried mangoes. They're actually traditional food of the Idthan Eldeli Dene, who are indigenous to this area further north than here.
No, they're not. Dried mangoes. Look at all those berries in there. Like, that's pretty sweet. Got another buggy day. Yay! We were absolutely graced by a fresh hatch for the season of black flies yesterday. Nervous though that it's gonna catch your feet when you're running rapids.
I don't think it will.
I think the zip ties just shouldn't have been used. And
It's probably pretty good, eh? I think this fix should be good.
these gloves are really hot. Just feels so relieving to get on the water. About 6 kilometers to paddle until our first rapid. Doesn't look like the camping is too great on this lake though. Not that this is a great spot to look, but I think we lucked out with the spot we were at. Oh, just a tiny, tiny little pikey. There, got off. Little hammer handle. Big lake, but it's connected through a lot of these like little narrow sections. It's pretty cool actually. Reduces the risk of strong headwinds and waves.
Rapid coming up. I've read a trip report on people that paddled the South Seal and Seal
They said that they were all basically easy, but that they had very low water, and we here have high water. So if they said it was a class 1, that might bump it up to a class 2 or more.
There's Ted way back there. Hopefully he's so far behind because he's just been hammering fish and he's got dinner already. It's the rapids away a ways and I can hear it. So feeling pretty good despite the late start, but probably done about 7K today. And we got to do like that 4 more times, 3 more times at least. So should be able to.
The first sign of current going the other way. Oh, no wonder I felt like it was hard to paddle. I've been dragging a fish. Walleye. Nice wally, baby. Woo.
Busting out the single blade. Why don't you put it behind you like this? It's alright, it's like your rod is. Yeah, I would. If it was my paddle that was broken.
You broke my paddle.
Prove it!
Totally did. Probably just gonna fall out. Dude, look at that. Look how stupid that is. Jim's an ass. Took my paddle and then broke it. And then discovered that we had, I was using his paddle because he returned my paddle to me. He's like, I don't have your paddle, Ted. I don't have it. It was up at his house. And, but of course he did. Then he returns my paddle, but he returned his one. And they're basically identical. His is just a little longer. He lost the part for it. And so now it's duct taped together and I can't disconnect it. Pretty annoying.
Yeah. Oh. Oh. Oh, it's so fun.
So there's what we think are a bunch of walleye feeding in here. There's a hatch of these weird moths, and they're all floating down the river, and there's just tons of fish in here.
Why aren't they taking my lure, dude? Whoa, I just saw a big one. This is insane. This is crazy. There's fish just rising up, eating a hatch of like moths or something, like literally all over the place. They're not hitting our lures. This is one of the times where fly fishing would be better.
I'm gonna go capture one of these moths. Yep. Oh yeah. Oh dude. It's a tank. Yeah! Giant walleye, it worked.
What did you use?
I captured 2 moths and put them on a jig head.
Amazing.
Nice walleye. That's what I'm doing. So this is going to catch me a walleye for sure. All right, so guaranteed walleye here. Here we go. Boom. Tank. 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 Yeah! Woo! Woo! Good eating size.
Dude, this is so cool. Like, we run that super fun rapid. I prove you wrong about the paddle. And then we just see this scene, you know?
You sent me your paddle.
What do you mean sent you?
You gave it to me. You're like, found your paddle. It's at my house.
So when would I have lost it? Just fell off when it was in my shed?
Yeah, probably. My paddle that you took.
How could you prove that it was lost while it was in my possession?
Because it was. You brought it with the piece missing.
No, I didn't.
Been at your house for years.
Yeah, since you were the one who used it last.
Oh, dude, you used it
Yeah, I haven't.
You have the Sean trip?
Never.
Yeah, you have.
I swear to God on my mother's life, I haven't used it once. The only other time I used it was when I brought it on the Puckasaw trip.
Well, that's the paddle you brought, so you should have to use it.
But you brought my paddle, so I think what happened is that you saw yours was broken and pulled the switcheroo on me.
Talking about you.
Just kidding.
Dude, I never lost the piece. Fish time. Got one. Just jigging here. Yeah!
It's another tank. They're all huge, eh?
They're all about this
They're all
size.
that size.
It's good. You pay attention to your surroundings, see what they're eating, and yeah, another nice one. Yep.
Ted has figured out a strategy that he's putting these little moths on a jig head and they're hitting it immediately.
Yeah! Woo!
Nice.
Yeah. Cool. Back he goes.
Oh, big old pike. Pretty big. All right.
Gonna paddle all the way up here, then around over to here. Big lake.
It's raining to the northwest, and looks like it's probably going to catch us. Banged off another 10K, and we are across LeClaire Lake, headed back into the river, and I hear a rapid coming, and it sounds pretty serious.
It appears the water is very high, so it'll be interesting to see how this rapid is.
I don't know, it looks raging.
Yeah, we need to scout and put on the decks. Maybe we should be scouting from the left. Dude, the water's so high.
It is, it's quite high.
Damn it.
Well, I mean, it's June.
I know. Portage Trail is underwater. Concerned about how high the water is. I mean, it is June, but it's late June.
You know, you get what you get, right? But you know, this is supposed to be like a class 1, a class 2.
South of here, they had got no rain and water levels were really low. So I was hoping it would be somewhere in the middle. But for such a high up lake on the river to have this much water, that would tell me water levels are quite high. And it means the portaging would also be much boggier and more challenging. If we go slow and we're careful, it should be fine, but doing it on time would be pretty hard. We'll see. We're just going to scout this one now.
This is concerning, man. Like the waves on the seal, who knows, it might mean that like we have to portage all the rapids. I don't know, man. This is almost like flood conditions, which is really dangerous.
No.
Yeah,
dude, that rapid is huge.
Yeah, we can't run this. This is like flood. Like, I'm worried that
we're in flood conditions. I'm not happy about that, if you can't tell. Look at the forest. Oh no, Jen. This is supposed to be like a class 1.
you could probably run this, dude. You know? For your class 3 though, you're probably swamping here.
I was hoping to get in a little warm up. Coming down the right would be the way to run it. Yo, this rapid goes like this and then it goes that way again.
Well, it appears the trip just changed gears.
Look at how long, it's so long, so high volume, and then it's just a 45-degree angle hole.
Looks like we're gonna be portaging it. Let me show you why. Because of this.
That's like a class 4 corner.
This is the hardest part on the whole thing.
Yeah. So the high water helped us get upriver, and now it's really not helping us.
Rain we got isn't helping either, right? Blaze here. Marking this.
Both sides.
Yeah. One on the other side too, it's older. Like this is a trail here, and then it just goes into there. You just float the canoes down the trail here.
Yeah. Look at these mosquitoes.
Oh, how many do you get there?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Like a little bug spray?
I think I'm good right now.
No, I'm good. We're going to put our spray decks on because clearly we're going to need them. Feeling a little discouraged right now. I guess that's typical, you know, when you're not making the progress you were hoping and things are taking longer. So hopefully we can make up the time in the days ahead. But with the river being in flood, I'm a little worried about that, to say the least. And then I came over and my brand new GoPro fell on a rock and the lens smashed. So that was pretty depressing. Luckily Jim apparently brought a backup one, so pretty sweet. Nothing like horrible has happened, right? So you know, you start getting worried and pushing just because you're like, oh, I might miss my train or something. It's silly when you start doing dangerous things. So we're just gonna keep moving as fast as we can. And probably a window will open and we'll pour on the coal and make some time. Hopefully the river starts to come down every day, and by the time we get to some of the bigger rapids, you know, on the seal, we'll still be able to make time on them and won't have to scout everything. It's probably what will happen. This is a bit of a pinch point, so the rapids raging here. Other ones could be easier because of higher water, so we will see. The deck is on.
They say a trip becomes an adventure when your planned endpoint and everything to get you there on time starts to become obscure. So ideally you don't want an adventure per se in that respect. And I think it's safe to say that this has definitely become an adventure. A lot of unknowns ahead now too, with the super high water we're experiencing. Bugs are bad, canoes are breaking. You gotta just keep giving her. Beautiful campsite, and we got a couple fish to eat, right? So I feel like it's a pretty awesome, like, bonding moment to be out here on a big expedition with my brother too. So there's a lot of good things.
Just absolute insanity. Shake it up. Right? That's so good. Yum. When you take a couple bites, you're like, oh yeah, I'm really hungry. That's the forest here. Oh my goodness. Some moss in it when I yeah. Something really powerful about being on a lake. It's just completely wild. So far from anything, just in a canoe. It gives you a whole other kind of respect for the lake. Feels different, you know, than if this was, say, a lake with cottages on it or cabins on it, people in power boats. You just feel, I don't know, so free. Really fortunate to have that in Canada. Like, we just have so much water. And this is the way to travel. In the plains they used horses. Here they would use canoes, because good luck getting a horse through the bush around here. And there's so many interconnecting waterways that this is the best way to travel for sure. In many respects, the canoe is still the best way to travel in these parts. If you want to get in and see stuff, like people can say, oh, you take a helicopter. Well, but then after that, how do you get down the rivers, and how do you access these fishing spots and explore old campsites? It's just, there's no roads. You just have to access it by canoe. And there's just really still a frontier like that here in Canada.
Now we're just gonna drink coffee, eat breakfast, load the boats, get out of here. Going decently this morning. If we rush a little bit, we should be able to get out of here at a decent time. So first thing we do is bomb the tail end of this rapid, which should be interesting.
I really hope the next rapid isn't a portage here. looks like you might be able to skate it on the right. Yeah, I think you're right. Far right. About to run my first real rapid of the trip. So wish me luck. Man, very high water on that last rapid. Oh, there's a bald eagle. Look, Ted. Oh man, I just broke off my other hook. Guess I can replace it. Swan. Incredible moment here. Just beautiful, warm summer air. Smells so good. Headed into a section of river that goes into Big Sand Lake. And this lake that you're seeing here is just absolutely beautiful, and it doesn't even have a name on the map. It's pretty common up in some of these places. I'm sure there's a traditional name from the indigenous people, but on the government topographic maps of Canada, there's no name. Perhaps they should take the unnamed lakes and name them after all the children that passed away as a result of attending the residential schools in Canada, especially if it's their traditional territory. That's possibly a really good way to honor that. Something really powerful about being on a lake. It's just completely wild. So far from anything, just in a canoe. It gives you a whole other kind of respect for the lake. It feels different, you know, than if this was, say, a lake with cottages on it or cabins on it, and people in power boats. You just feel, I don't know, so free. Really fortunate to have that in Canada. Like, we just have so much water, and this is the way to travel. In the plains they used horses. Here they would use canoes, because good luck getting a horse through the bush around here. And there's so many interconnecting waterways that this is the best way to travel for sure. In many respects, the canoe is still the best way to travel in these parts. Here you take a helicopter, find a spot to land, but then after that, how do you get down the rivers, and how do you access these fishing spots and explore old campsites? It's just, there's no roads. You can't just helicopter down, and you just have to access it by canoe. And there's just really really still a frontier like that here in Canada.
Ted and I have just banged off 10K. It's taken us a little longer than usual, but we had the rapid, and then Ted was bungling around, and then I was bungling around with, oh my God. So we just have a hatch of these little dudes. Those are fish flies. Oh, it's climbing under Ted's. Did I get him? No, he's fighting for his life, man. There he is. Look at the size of this thing. That was just on Ted's ear.
We are just entering Big Sand Lake, and it is big. 120 kilometers long. Hopefully we'll be getting into some lake trout country. The wind is kind of concerning. We don't know what we're gonna face. Probably the biggest lake I've ever paddled to date.
The South Seal pours into Big Sand right here. I'm trolling with a flatfish. Dives down. Supposed to be good for pike. Maybe lake or two. Chantilly lace and a pretty face and a ponytail.
Baby shark, do 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 do. Baby shark, do 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 do.
A hanging down, a wiggle and a walk and a giggle and a talk.
Baby shark, do 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 do. Baby shark.
Make the world go round, 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 but there ain't nothing in the world.
Mommy shark, do 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 do. Mommy shark, do 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 do.
Looks like a long.
Daddy shark, do 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 do.
Oh baby, that's what I like.
Now we're in this section. You're gonna go all the way down as far as the eye can see, and this isn't even the big part of the lake. We have to paddle all the way down there today still.
And it's almost ominous. Seems like the ocean.
I like to break things up. This lake is 120 kilometers long. A lake I'm familiar with. I've paddled before a bunch of times, like even when I was young. It's 10 kilometers long. So instead of getting like all daunted about the distance, sort of break it up, I'm like, well, you know, that's just paddling that lake that I know 12 times. It doesn't seem so long. Of course, when the lake is huge, it could create other challenges.
Got one!
Jim's got a fish.
Dude, I got one, it's a tank! Oh, it's a small lake trout. Hooked in the side. Lake trout. Oh, it's a pike. It's a dink pike hooked in the side. Boo!
Hi, Island. I like that you're not completely underwater here. So we're tying on these sinkers. My main line tied to this keel sinker, tied to a leader, tied to my lure. It's a pike.
Is it big?
No.
I got a pike on here too.
Yeah, cute little guy.
Ho, ho, we paddle far, we quest for the North Star. We go north to the tundra, and then we will head east and see the polar bears and the migratory geese. Paddle Big Sand Lake to the Hudson Bay. We're not gonna get there for many days, but we will go as far as we can. It's just the bastion for any woman or man. Hudson Bay, Big Sand Lake, the South Seal River. Hudson Bay, Big Sand Lake, the South Seal River. Here it goes and drains into Canada. The wilderness surrounds you. You know I feel love. Oh, Hudson Bay, Big Sand Lake.
It's 8:30. We've paddled 30 kilometers today. So
gonna be great to get off the water. And there it is. Home for the night.
Big old moose. Wolf trucks on our beach. Look at this beauty campsite. Nice reward at the end of the day. So can't really ask for better weather up there. And we just hope that it's snowing for lake trout fishing and not catching one. Tonight for dinner we are having Thanksgiving dinner, dehydrated meal that Jim's wife Tori made for us. Man, is it ever a hearty meal, and that's exactly what we need. It's actually really good news that they're as big as they are. We're eating dinner at 12:30.
12 o'clock on the dot.
12 o'clock on the dot. It was a long day, but a good day. And this dinner is really hitting the spot. But we are exhausted, and I am going to eat and go to bed, and we'll catch you in the morning.
Can't really ask for better weather to cross this lake, and we're just hoping that the weather keeps up like this tomorrow, because we got a lot longer to go. Pretty beat, man. Multiple nights with not much sleep and just beast mode every day, but I feel good too. It's like freaking paradise here. Look at this, just epic. We have this massive lake all to ourselves, gorgeous campsite, gorgeous evening, so pretty freaking awesome.
Hi, Mr. Seagull. You don't have any fish for you, sorry.
Dragonflies are out. Very welcomed addition. Concerns for today are the same as yesterday. Will the wind stay down? On a lake like this, you can get pinned down for multiple days potentially with bad weather. We have about 80 kilometers left to Big Sand Lake, so we're hoping to bang off another 30 today. Hoping to get into some lake trout, and also hoping that we find another awesome campsite.
I'm feeling really sore. Hopefully my body kind of gets used to the never-ending beast mode work that this trip is. Get packed up, eat something, have a coffee, and start paddling.
All right, well, we are on the water, and pretty gusty. We might have to stay pretty close to shore.
I did some stretches there while you were bungling this morning and just felt incredible. Pretty strong wind that's blowing up. Some white caps further out in the lake, which isn't too bad right now, but we have to head into a much bigger part of the lake.
They're gonna get huge quick if this keeps up though. So do you want to just beeline for the left side?
Yeah, but look at the waves out there already. I don't even feel good about crossing here.
Yeah.
Looks like it's a closer crossing at that point up there. It's a ways down.
I feel like the waves are gonna be bigger down there. So much more time to build. You kind of need to brace.
Right, you see that? Why are you cutting me off, by the way?
Wasn't. I thought we were going across.
It's far though, dude. I don't think we should cross. I said we were just gonna follow this shot.
Well, but then we're gonna have to cross this huge bay over here.
We can still go left. I don't think it's safe to cross here right now.
If we cross where it's more narrow, the waves are gonna be bigger. Like another kilometer down. Now you're cutting me off.
All right, let's just do it.
They're getting pretty big. I like that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. Stupid decision. Woo! If we go this way, we're gonna have to hit, and then we're gonna have to have the waves broadsiding us as we fall short.
If we're trying to cross that bay, they're gonna be the full brunt of them.
You wanna just pull up and catamaran somewhere? The problem with surfing is if you get into a surf that's uncontrollable, you'll breach and capsize. So you gotta be careful. You wanna avoid surfing the waves if they're big.
Whoa! Right here, we're out of the death zone. We could swim to shore before we froze. Our canoe would blow in.
That was getting sketchy, eh? It's getting real windy. It's a little safe harbor in here. We could catamaran right here, bro.
It's definitely a little nerve-wracking out there. This is potentially one of the most dangerous things you can run into on this trip. I mean, because the ice just went out here recently, whitewater is very dangerous too, but being out on such a big, cold body of water is arguably much more dangerous if you do tip. So we've decided to rig a catamaran. We're gonna get started on that right now.
And we can use it for firewood later. Back there, but maybe it does. So we are windbound and we're hoping this can save us, but we might not even be able to paddle in a catamaran because you can still swamp in a cat.
Or if it comes apart, then you're in real danger.
Yeah, so but this isn't our first time doing this, it's like our fourth.
Notch?
Yeah, it is. It's mainly so it doesn't slip off.
Sure takes a while, eh?
Yeah. Winds have not died down. Let's see. One of the things that's key in this process is that you lash ropes from the ends of the log under the hull, and then you lash the log down to the thwarts afterwards.
Well, we are done rigging the catamaran. Looking forward to getting on the water. Catamaran, man, a catamaran. Oh yeah. Give them a run and a catamaran. Give them a run.
All right. We are ready to rock and or roll. Absolutely rock solid, eh?
Yeah.
Like I don't see any flexing or anything.
No. Yeah!
Catamaran!
Yeah! It's working!
It's working!
The wave, see that island blocking it?
Yeah.
Bro. Maybe it's mid. It's really gusting. So the waves are building out here with this strong, consistent wind. And we're still attempting a big 3 kilometer plus crossing because we feel pretty secure. I did have a couple whitecaps break over the side of the canoe and dump inside the spray deck. We're just gonna go for it. The size of this lake, massive lake. It's just so remote. Be very unusual to be able to paddle safely at the very end of this in a single canoe. You know, it's possible, but like it's probably more usual that it would be dangerous.
Yeah, yeah.
More like,
Look at these waves coming in here.
whoa, big one.
In the back.
This tailwind, we really might be able to put some time behind us. So things are looking up. There's a lot of water in here. You could water a lot of horses here. We're going to start beast paddling again. Yeah!
Yeah!
Yeah! Well, I was worried about big sand.
Yeah.
Might start white capping on us.
And then sink us. One of the things that's very hard to capture on camera is waves.
Whoa.
So, you know, let me just say that these waves are a hell of a lot bigger than they look out here right now. We're gonna keep our bailers ready. And then of course, on a windy day where the winds pick up, you always think, well, is the wind gonna get worse? So if you're in the middle of a crossing and it's windy and then it starts going crazy, you're hooped. It would not be safe to attempt this crossing on a day like today.
Catamaran, man, I give them no run. Come on the catamaran. We're gonna take you snorkeling in the sunset cruise. In the catamaran, we go snorkeling. You're gonna have some rum punch, and we're gonna just sit out in the sun and fry like a lobster.
This is pretty cool. 120 long kilometer lake, no road access, one fly-in only lodge somewhere, no boats. Basically me and Ted have this entire lake to ourselves. That is wilderness. We don't see anybody out here.
Oh, it's heavy, bro.
Oh,
It's heavy.
Do you want my, hold on. Oh, keep it on. Keep it on. Keep it on.
Stop bungling with that. Get the
Put
net.
my-
Already have 2 rolling.
You don't have one on your head? Easy. Take your time. Take your time. Still pretty deep, dude. Easy. Take your time. Take your time. Oh. What happened?
My line broke.
What? Oh, god damn it,
My
dude.
drag was too tight.
That sucks. Oh no, Ted. Your line broke? Told you your drag was too tight earlier today.
It wasn't that tight. Look, pull it.
Yeah, but when you pull it from the other end, it's way tighter. When you pull it from there, it doesn't seem tight. God damn it, man. That was a tank though,
It
eh?
was huge. I think
Oh,
it
man.
came in easier. I should have loosened my drag there,
God
dude.
damn it. Can't believe your line broke. So we think what happened
Maybe my
was-
line broke because it was resting on this thing here.
Maybe.
See?
Yeah. What kind of line is that?
This is 20-pound braid. Sorry, Jim. I blew it. So sad right now.
Finally pulling up on this beautiful beach.
Couple of picnic tables and a grill here because there's a super remote fly-in only fishing lodge on this lake. See how high the water level is because look at the picnic tables are like under. Right as I was pulling up to camp, I just had an absolute pig. We haven't had a bite. So excited. Fought it right up to the side of the canoe and it just did a head shake and just broke my line. So we're both devastated because this lake, I don't know, it's got huge trout in it and we haven't gotten into any. And you know, we've traveled over about half the lake now and wondering, you know, will I get another chance like that and another chance at one felt like a small human on the end of my line. But what a beautiful spot, and I'm glad we made it the distance we did today because of this catamaran. The fact that we made it anywhere at all is actually quite a victory. So to finish it off with that trout there right pulling into camp would have just been something else, but it wasn't meant to be.
We got some 12-year-old Bareface rye here. This is my first sip of this because we haven't had any time to like do anything other than like beast mode, but to the one that got away. Smooth. Hello? Yeah. Potatoes, stuffing.
It's his home.
As the ocean meets the sky, I'll be sailing. And sometimes there's a cabin.
This is an amazing view.
Little Santa's reindeer.
beautiful day, but another really windy one. Definitely still need the catamaran, and in order to save a little bit of energy and time, I'm gonna try to rig up a little sail rig. It certainly has a lot of potential. We're just tying 2 trees on either side of the canoe, and we're gonna put up a tarp in the middle with a couple of loops so we can raise and lower it and tie it back to our seat. Maybe you have to wedge a stick in between them. Yeah, it's a much better low. Ready? Yeah. Whoa! That's pretty good.
Let's tie it down to there.
I don't think so. This way it can move with the wind.
Oh yeah, maybe. Okay.
Because then the sail can shift.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's a good point.
Everywhere I roam, I know my place is home. When the ocean meets the sky, I'll be sailing.
Ted and I just rigged up a sail for our catamaran. We're gonna have mostly a tailwind again today, judging by the way that the lake turns. It took a while, so it's like, if we just got out there, would we make it further ultimately? One thing is we probably won't be as exhausted. We'll see a bit of a test. Hopefully this hasn't been a waste of time, but it looks good to me. So now we just pack up quick, get on the water and start making distance. Okay, well we just paddled out to where there's a bit more of a tailwind. So we're gonna try the sail right now.
Yeah! Oh, and everywhere I roam, where I know my place is home.
As the ocean meets the sky, I'll be sailing.
Yes! Flying along, we're not paddling at all. Taking us directly to the point right now.
Nice.
We're sailing! I'm a sailor, I sail. Ahoy!
What about Bob? Don't waste
Nailed it.
time. Where's that from? Don't waste time.
Oh, city slickers.
Whoa!
This here's the brainchild of James Baird.
The brainchild.
Woo! So Jim's sail rig is working. I'm like, I think it'll work better if we don't blow it. And I've used these 2 Carpenter's garbage bags before, which essentially would be another pole in the middle. But you can't raise it and lower with these pulleys. You have to push it up with your paddle. Works pretty good, but it's a little more crude. Just looks like a couple of alley bums sailing across the lake. So, this looks more legit. There's pulleys and stuff like that. This is awesome, and the thing about this that's really good is even when the wind is kind of blowing that way, the sail flexes and we can still actually catch the wind and move somewhere. Five kilometers an hour right now.
Oh yeah?
Wherever I roam, where I know my place is home, where the ocean meets the sky, I'll be sailing. Excellent. Excellent news.
We're trying to make it through Big Sand Lake. We have a narrows to go through and then another big part of the lake. Then we get back into the river-like section and get into Wolf Lake. And we're hoping we can make it to Wolf Lake today before the South Seal really picks up like a proper river. Sail's working, you know? We have been cooking, making some time out here. Waves picked up again, so we're keeping our eyes peeled, hoping none break over the gunnel. The only problem is about to make a pretty big crossing here, about 2 miles, 2.4 miles, to get to a narrows to bring us into another big stretch of Big Sand Lake. We've got our work cut out for us now because we're not getting the tailwind here, really. We've got to paddle across this huge bay, 2 miles.
Jim just ripped a fart, and even in this ripping wind, I still almost fart. We opted for solo canoes because this is one of the reasons we could catamaran on the big lake. Pretty ballsy crossing. Lots of big waves out here, but we're feeling pretty good in the catamaran, so shouldn't be an issue. I feel like it's like a magnifying glass burning. Odio's bombing across there. Catamaran is so solid, I just really didn't have any concerns at all. Pretty dangerous though if something happened, but just incredible that we can bomb across something like that in this. Well, we just pulled over here to have a little lunch break, and it is absolutely ripping hot out. It's got to be in the 90s for sure, Fahrenheit, like 35 Celsius, I'd say. Just mind-blowing how high the water is. I'm nervous about how the river's going to be. I think though that we got to just keep a straight, clean head and be like really safe. If we need to, spread out our food and take more days if we have to, just to be safe.
We can portage, but portaging takes forever.
Right, and then you'll have like less food, and we're not catching as much fish as we thought through here. And often high water in rivers means much harder fishing, so hopefully everything's just more fun because of it on the river.
Narrows that we're headed for is just around that corner. We've rounded this point. We are going to get a little more of a tailwind, so we'll paddle for a bit more and then probably raise the sail, see where we can get. We rounded the point and like somehow the wind just has absolutely died. There's no wind in our sails. The winds have died.
The lake is just dead calm. Hard to believe, really.
Hard to believe.
We're gonna saw the catamaran in half so we don't have to take the time to untie it all.
It's gonna be sad.
Yeah, it's gonna be a sad moment, and switch back to the double blades and try to beast another 12 kilometers today. It's already 7:40.
Thank you, little logs.
Lot faster than putting it together, that's for sure.
For dang sure.
Officially separated. We had it so long it actually got a name.
We named it Pissu, which means lynx in Cree, because a lynx is a cat. We're in Cree territory here, northern Cree territory. Actually, probably Dene territory here would cross into it, but either way, we found it to be an appropriate name.
Really did us a great service. Took us across some extremely dangerous crossings in this frigid lake. Oh, what an incredible adventure Big Sand has thrown at us. It didn't let us pass without a fight. Only the penitent man shall pass.
Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom.
Wrong.
Lost Crusade.
Yes.
crazy change of events. From huge breaking whitecaps threatening to swamp our catamaran, sailing on nary a ripple on the lake, all within the course of 45 minutes.
Well, we have completed paddling Big Sand Lake.
Here, here.
Cheers. 120 kilometers from freaking input to output.
Largest lake I've ever paddled in entirety.
Look at that guy back there. Cheers.
So we're having a celebratory swig. It's delicious.
We did it. Really didn't let us pass through easily. Really just broke our backs endlessly to get here.
Good to be past it. Lost a giant lake trout. Wish we caught more, but whatever.
Just feel like that would have been the absolute icing on the cake.
What is it? It's 11 o'clock and we have not found anywhere to camp.
It's not looking too good. We're just entering Wolf Lake and we really hope we can find something here soon because it's gonna be dark in about 30 minutes. It's just because of this flooding, everything is just so swamped. So we're getting a little worried. And of course we're exhausted and hangry and you know, so we're really looking forward to finding somewhere to camp. Eagle.
Cabins, yeah. Crazy day. I've been on the water for like 13 hours or something like that. And sometimes there's a cabin.
Well, unbelievable. What a welcome sight. Paddled until 11:40 and there's just nowhere to camp because everything's washed out. And we round a corner and we spot some cabins. So this is not what we were expecting. So, you know, sometimes just things work out and you get rewarded in the end for it. What a absolutely beautiful place this is. Just paradise here on the beach, and without the high water level there'd be a massive beach out front, even bigger. We paddled so late, nowhere to camp, exhausted, right about to get dark, and we come across this. Such a freaking amazing find. It's actually a remote fly-in fishing camp outpost. No one's been here this year, it looks like. There's those nails in front of the doors for bears, so bears don't, you know, to deter them from coming and smashing in the doors. And so you gotta be careful not to step on that stuff. But yeah, just freaking beautiful. Bald eagle footprints. Cool. It's a big foot for a bird. We'll definitely leave everything cleaner than we found it and make sure it's all in top shape. We got a rapid to paddle today, and we're hoping that that we'll be able to run it, but we have our doubts, and it's about 2 kilometers long, so that would be a slog. Ate breakfast in the cabin and had a reasonably good sleep overall. And we're gonna just start packing up and head it out. But it's good to have Big Sand Lake behind us now and be on the South Seal. Maybe we'll even get into some fish.
Leave this cabin exactly the way we found it. Give it a good sweep. There were some bed sheets in here. We didn't use any of those. I slept on my ground pad just to make sure that we were respectful of the owners. There was a plywood board hammered across the door to keep bears out. You can see bear claw scratches on the door. The next cabin over is probably the cooking cabin, where they put boards with nails in it all over the place to keep the bears out of there. So just pulled the nails out. We're gonna hammer them back in, just like I said, leave it exactly how we found it, and head on our way. I'm gonna put this back where I found it. Caribou. Caribou is the only species of the deer family where both the male and female grow antlers.
That's a male.
Yeah, this looks like a male, small male. Usually males actually shed their antlers first before the females. So the males shed them before Christmas. So I suppose Santa's reindeer would have to be females. Although they're magic. So yeah, so I think the caribou mostly are only in this area in the winter time. Their migration comes through here, and right now they're up on the tundra. There's a chance we might see one though, but they're probably further north than us, and in the winter they come through here again. On the water. A lot of bungling this morning. Bungling is like when you need to change your lure, but all your lures are crammed in a pile and they're all hooked together, and you're like falling behind and the wind's blowing you back in the wrong direction and the other guy's ahead, and then like you finally get a lure out but the rest dump out on the floor, and then you cast out and immediately you get snagged, and then your GoPro batteries die and you need to like find more GoPro batteries, and then the one that you put in is dead and you didn't know, and then like you have to format a card, and you format a card that you like, you know, actually you just rode over it. That would be like a category 5 bungle. Stuff you need is like buried at the bottom of your bag. You got to pull it out every time and bungle around with it, and something important blows in the lake, and you know what I mean? It just all adds up so quickly. A lot of bungling.
Great stay here at the cabin. We're on the water now. It feels good.
Fortunately, we should be getting to some more current today, so our daily distance might not be so hard to achieve as it has been in the lakes.
Back he goes. Whoa.
No shortage of pike like that. Just entered back into the current of the South Seal. Caught 3 pike. One was getting to be okay. Didn't keep it though. Maybe I should have. 50 inches even in this lake.
The good news is we're finally starting to get a bit of noticeable current. That should be able to have us make much better time when we need to, especially if some of these rapids end up being portages. If we can fly along in the current, maybe it won't be such an issue. It's important for us to be eating fish out here to supplement meals. So if we keep, for whatever reason, only getting some of these smaller fish, these smaller pike, we'll have to keep them anyway. Well, we're just above what we think might be almost a 2 kilometer long rapid. We don't know how it's going to be. It might just turn out to be a swift. We don't know. The current's very fast and pushy above, and because the water level's high, like this is supposed to be the forest I'm standing in right now. I'm on the edge, but it goes back into the trees, and so it's really hard to pull over. Normally you could pull over, there's a little gravel or an eddy, but if you have to jam into these trees where there's still current, you're holding them and the canoe will tip and everything gets tangled. It makes it more dangerous. Here we go. Strong headwind at the same time of going down river. Actually, it's kind of strange to manage. Headwind pretty simple to navigate down. A lot simpler than we feared it might have been. Spreads out and floods wide, and it doesn't pinch and make it way more intense, like a canyon would. Piece of cake, eh? Yeah. Well, if that's a sign of things to come, there's just going to be some amazingly fun rapids on the Seal.
As far as like distance made in time traveled, we're like way ahead of any day so far.
Yeah. Just headed down, hopefully to our campsite for the night. That'll be 30 kilometers for the day. We made really good time today because there's lots of current and we didn't have to portage. So that is a welcome change for sure. But definitely tough still to find camping.
Yeah! See some sandy bluffs, Ted.
Looks great on top.
Yeah! We have to camp up there. We're gonna attempt mountain climbing to get to a campsite.
Beautiful evening, another ripping hot day. I don't think as hot as yesterday, but absolutely gorgeous weather we're getting.
There's just ripping fast current here, dude.
Are you bailing?
No, I can't get over.
We have to hike up a cliff to get to a camp. There's just absolutely no camping on the river because of this high water. This is the best thing we've seen in the last 30 kilometers. One thing this site has is an amazing view, which is pretty cool because everything's been pretty flat, so we haven't had that yet. It feels pretty freeing to be up and above, looking at the river and the landscape. Really beautiful, and the spot up here is great. Looks like there was a forest fire here. It means there'll be lots of dry wood.
Look at that view. Wow. What a view. Even though we're exhausted, it's more so from the accumulation of all the other days. Beast moding that we've done, lack of sleep. Overall, I'd say we're feeling pretty good. And wouldn't you know it, I just happened on a bottle of rye when I went down to the canoe. What a coinky dink. Cheers to the best miles for time day yet. Cheers, Ted.
Cheers. It's freaking beautiful. A few black flies here, not mosquitoes this time, black flies, and they're worse, I think. They leave you looking like you were shot with like a machine gun, BB gun or something. Get some food in us and get some good, like a little bit of R&R this time because
I'm planning on getting drunk.
Jim's gonna get drunk. Maybe a little R&R this time because like honestly, like we sat by the fire like twice for like 30 seconds this whole trip. So, you know, that'd be nice to be able to do, I suppose. But
so true.
This river is huge, and this is only one branch of the Seal, so it's going to be meeting up with the North Seal, and then we're going to be in the Seal, and tons of other tributaries and rivers meeting up with it. So this is going to be quite the river, like huge river, and the water levels are absurdly high. So, you know, if you got any horses, bring them because you could water so many horses.
Like
here.
if rivers were penises, this river would be an elephant's penis. Heave hi ho, the best man in Ottawa was Muffera Joe. Muffera Joe. Ah! On the river. Don't make sense when you're trying to cut. Hydrated yet though? Tomorrow, try to make distance, run some rapids. Hopefully we get fish tomorrow for dinner, but more importantly, be safe. Be safe with this really pushy river, be safe with the rapids. We should be okay. Finish off this food here and turn in because I am exhausted. Exactly, our worst nightmares have come true.
Well, everything was going great, and out of nowhere, this one's bigger.
Where's Waldo? This chunker go. Bucks rage. Good morning, mosquitoes.
All in all, pretty good day.
Good morning, mosquitoes.
Kind of eating our breakfast and having our coffee in the tent here. Let's kill these, as many as we can, without tearing a hole in our mesh. It's too stretchy here to get them. You lucky little punks. I want you dead. This is what happens to your legs after the height of land portage. Few black fly bites, fun times. Just organizing our map for the next day or two here. Have just a massive hatch of black flies now, dude.
Yeah. The black flies are out, something fierce, and your firearms are useless against them. Today, we're trying to make it to a place called Loon Lake, or even if we're lucky, Chipewyan Lake, which is a bit further than that. We got some rapids coming up today, and one of them is a short rapid in a narrow pinch canyon that, by looking at the contour lines on the map, has pretty steep walls, which means it won't be flooded over and all that water is going to be rushing. There could be huge holes, huge standing waves. We're not really sure, but the scary part about it, because the river's in flood, is the river's so pushy, so it just pushes you into that slot canyon. There's nowhere to get out, because even if you get into the shore, you're just crashing into bushes. Anyways, we're gonna pack up and jump right into ripping current to start the day.
All right, well, that's the last of the stuff for this campsite. It was good to us, beautiful spot, but it's time to move on.
Rapid, pretty much coming right up.
Floating sideways right now. I'm going 9 kilometers an hour.
How does it look?
Around the corner, it gets bigger.
Yeah, this is a marked rapid right around this bend, eh?
Looks all right.
Let's try to stay left so we can cheat the corner and take a look at it.
Pretty long around the corner too.
Oh, I thought you went already. Got to admit, that threw a lot more at me than I expected.
It's not really made for whitewater, this double blade though, but I'm actually, as I'm getting used to it, I'm like finding a lot of advantages with it over the single blade. I might end up like using it in these rapids more than I thought.
Guys, I'm not surprised that one was pretty big. I just was surprised that it was so irregular in that one stretch.
Tipping in this river just whips you. You know?
This eddy here.
This one, yeah. But could you swim over in this big of a river?
Right.
You know? Anyway, I think the next one might be a portage.
Maybe.
Judging that, dude.
Yeah.
Well, that was pretty exhilarating. Way bigger than we thought it was going to be. Big volume. So definitely we got to keep on our toes for this next section where the river really pinches.
Which side do you want to get out on? See on the left how there's that rock there?
Right here?
Climb up on that rock and get a better look. Let's just go down, we'll hop into this eddy, we'll take a look, and then if we see something safer to get out on the right, we'll front ferry over, yeah.
After that last one there, we better scout. With the pinch of the river here, it's a lot of water going down a small section. Definitely not portaging on this side of the river though.
Yeah. Hell no. Like exactly our worst nightmares have come true about this rapid. It's exactly what we were worried about.
It's much bigger than it looks on the camera here.
Like even these beginning waves are huge. You know, and curling too. Looks raging, and you know if it looks big from up here, it's like 5 times as big when you're in it. Really pinched between the rocks that you see here and the rocks on the other side there. Don't allow it to come out and sort of flood out over the bank, so all that water is forced. So we're gonna front ferry over, eddy out on the other side, weight our boats down hopefully to another eddy to shorten our portage, and then carry over the bald rock you see on the right there.
This might normally be like a class 2 or something, and it's like a class 4.
cutting into our day significantly. We thought that the whole South Seal was just going to be easy runnable rapids, which it usually is.
Big old bear's been hanging around here. Crushed bear scat, huge ones. I got it pretty good here, dude. Yo, there's a fish right here. See that?
Got it. Yeah!
Yup. Yeah.
Yeah, nice one.
Nice stringer walleye.
Nice.
If on the rapid we wouldn't have fished here, we wouldn't have caught these, and we need some fish, so. All right. Lots of nice little walleye here. Hammer time. Loaded.
Every cast.
This one's bigger.
Absolutely loaded full of walleye here. Yeah! Look at that. Every cast almost, eh, Ted? Honestly, there's just thousands of these things here. I just want to stay here, right? Whoa, look at that. Well, at times like this, I wish we didn't have such an intense travel schedule. And who knows, maybe it'll be fine and we would have been able to stay here for longer. I've kept 5, but it should be enough to just stuff us. Portage in the end wasn't bad, but figuring out what to do with the high water and all that was challenging. You want to get out of here?
Yeah, unfortunately.
I bet you there's a couple tanks in here, eh?
I know, man.
Look at this, is crazy. Where's Waldo? Woo! Special area there.
Oh. Unbelievable! Wow! Standing there, re-rigging this camera, and my jig head with a little grub was just in the water on the shore. And bam, this walleye just takes it, almost pulls my rod in the river. That's just how incredibly loaded the fishing is here. Well, all right, we'll let him go. As much fun as I'm having, I think we need to move on. That's a pretty special place right there. Phenomenal. Must just be thousands upon thousands of walleye in there. Beautiful day.
And that is a pretty nice one, I'd say. Whoa! Holy sh! Just accidentally caught a tank! Yeah! Look at that guy. Where'd this chunker go? Goodbye.
Just caught the biggest one yet, right here. Incredible. That's a beauty. It's 7 o'clock and we've only made it 8 kilometers and we need to make it 30 today. We need to pour in the coal here. What an adventure! Dude, that was incredible, eh?
That's what it's all about, man.
What a fishing hole. Dude, we should have known with all the fish guts there.
Yeah. Yeah, the otters were eating there, the eagles were eating there, bears.
Wolf.
Yeah, wolf.
Yeah.
Just goes to show how much like a healthy fish population is good for the whole ecosystem.
Yeah. Look!
The bald eagles are guiding us on our way. Or they might have a nest around here and are fixing to peck our eyes out.
That was so cool, dude. He just soared in and like feet down and landed right in front of me.
Yeah, this one came pretty close to me too.
2 bald eagles just soaring over me right now. Unbelievably beautiful. Wow.
Just to give you an idea of how high the water is, we rounded a bend and there is a boat washed up on shore out here in the wilderness, and that would have come all the way from Wolf Lake where the outfitter's cabin was. So it obviously broke free and washed all the way down here and washed up on shore. Looks like it's in pretty good shape.
Wow. It's washed all the way down here and jammed on the shore there. That's wild. Dink pike. Yes. Well, everything was going great. And then out of nowhere, a ripping headwind picked up. And it's 9:45. And once again, we don't have a campsite and nothing looks good around here. It's all swamped out, flooded. Oh man, exhausting.
Look, I don't even know if there's any solid ground in here, man. I might just be hallucinating. There's no hard ground here.
Shut up.
It's a swamp.
No.
Yeah. I don't know, dude. Looks like there might be a better place to take out right over here. It's actually not even that bad. It's just gonna be lumpy, but
Whatever.
yeah.
We're riding with the captain. Been making fish campsites fun for 190 years, because the pirates had to camp in fish spots too. I'm a little bit Alexis.
I'm a little bit single.
Even when I'm not.
Oh, cool.
My mother told me someday I would buy galleys with good oars and sails to distant shores. Stand up high on the prow, noble bark I steer. Steady course to the heavens, too many foemen.
Could be.
Excited to eat these fish. The little Frank's buffalo, just delicious. 16 more days out here. 17 if you include the boat shuttle. Seems like a lot, but it's not. We got a long way to go. Camped in this bush spot, which is turning out to be pretty good. All in all, pretty good day. Good morning. We woke up to just a hammering rain. Now it looks like maybe it's let up, and it's a really cold, icy rain. Definitely different than the other days that were scorching hot. It's probably maybe about 12 degrees Celsius out right now, whereas some of the other days were 35. Slow going to get out in that ice rain, but it looks like we've waited it out a little bit. Wave pool. Take the day off, swim in the wave pool. Good thing about that is we can fill our Nalgene's without treating them. The most miserable day of the trip yet.
Yeah, maybe we should have thrown a shot of whiskey in here, eh? You think we're gonna make it 40K today?
No. If we have current and the wind, we don't have this headwind, but we're in the forest, dude, and I think there's gonna be...
Look at the treetops, they're shaking over there. I
Yeah.
saw white caps out on the lake.
Yeah.
We might round the point and have to like bail and make camp again.
It's heading out there in this blistering cold and rain, just feasting for hours on end.
It's gonna be fun.
Fun, he says.
We were already concerned about a very high river, and then we got a 9-hour dumping of rain, and there's whitecaps out there.
It looks sketchy just to paddle over to there.
Yeah. Yeah, they're pretty big over there, man. Dusting, too.
Yeah, like even
It's
just
almost
right
like we
here,
need to
so
backtrack to those islands and cross there. They're way bigger than yesterday.
This lake's not even big.
I know.
It must be like so windy out there.
Yeah, man. We're realizing we were pretty sheltered back in the woods there, so it seemed like the wind had died, but coming out to the lake, it's actually really windy and there's some really big whitecaps. And we have to cross here. We've decided on a plan. We're gonna paddle back the way we came a bit to where the wind is blocked by this point in the island. Then make a crossing where the waves are smaller, and then hug the right shore. Got our dry suits on and our life jackets on, and you know, but it's definitely gonna be next to impossible to make our distance today, but hopefully we can make this crossing safely, and we just progress. So every little bit of progression is feels good.
In life, if you can just do something every day to get yourself closer to your goals or to progress in some way, it feels like a good day.
I think this plan is going to work by the looks of it, but it's always deceiving. The waves are always bigger than you think.
I think we could cross here, dude. How you doing, Ted? Good. Pretty sketchy. Definitely not going to make it 30K today. I don't know if I can take much more of this. It's starting to get dangerous. It's way worse than we thought. Maybe we can kind of front ferry across here. Hey. This is ridiculous. Literally hearing this and not even moving. We might have to pull over.
Only across from the point we were thinking of camping on. We're approaching getting out of Loon Lake here. It's good to have quick, accessible meals. Oh, the shore!
Okay. Well, if we make it across this lake, it'll be a victory.
Starting to come down the home stretch.
We're past.
Finally made it about 3 kilometers after paddling hard for hours. We still made some progress, so good to get across that lake. Absolute brink of what's possible to paddle.
At one point I was going backwards. Exhilarating though, eh?
I think the hardest 3 kilometers I've paddled, except for maybe on the Beaufort Sea.
Oh yeah, well, that's for sure. We were almost dying out there though.
Right.
Past the hellstorm, like we did it.
Yeah, except, you know, this doesn't look like a Speedy Gonzales current.
No, it doesn't.
This is a very bad day.
Well, shall we?
I thought you'd never ask.
Nope, you've never asked.
I'm only happy when it rains. I'm only happy when it's complicated. Pour your misery down. Pour your misery down on me. So have a good time. 'Cause the sun can't shine every day. Paddle in the South Seal River. Feeling oh so wild and so free. I just wanna live my life for living on the edge. If you're looking for me, that is where I'll be. Heading to the wildlife sanctuary. Catching a fish with every cast. Take it to camp, cook it up, and feed us another day. Give us energy to paddle on the way. I just want to live my life for living on the edge. If you're looking for me, that is where I'll be. Hot weather, cold weather, hardships, all kinds and victories of others, good times and bad. It's all part of it.
Just pulling up to Chipewyan Lake. We banged off about 10K, but the wind and waves look huge. Chipewyan Lake is much larger than Loon Lake, so the waves have much more time to build, and they look unpaddleable.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait this out.
Let's end up camping here and getting an earlier start on tomorrow. Right now, there should be a beach here, and it's 5 feet deep. That's how flooded out this lake is.
We're soaked and cold and wet and only made it about 9 kilometers. We need to make it 30. So that's not gonna happen today. So we're gonna have to make that up, but I think it's wise for us to stop now. We have to drag into that to try to get to some dry ground.
Cross this lake when it becomes safer, because right now it's just dangerous. And we're both starting to get a chill, so I'll get a tarp set up, get a good camp rigged up, get a fire going, and hopefully get some hot chocolate going.
Freaking cold. Found these really old tin cans and an old little like sardine can. Looks like people have been here many years ago. Booze to really take the edge off of the misery.
Look, they say that booze, like, you know, it actually doesn't help with hypothermia, but it's not like we're about to die out here.
I think it makes it worse actually, but you know.
They say it does, but I think one shot's fine.
I think it's okay. And then, you know, you'll care a little bit less about how like sad and wet and cold you are. Max 10 degrees Celsius, and with the wind chill it's a good bit colder. Looking forward to getting into some snugglier clothes. Yay!
It's hot chocolate time, children.
Party C, party hot, party C.
Hot to see, hot to see.
Oh, feel so warm and so yummy and chocolate. Party C, party C. Party C.
We're feeling much better than the chill we both had when we pulled off the water. Keeping our fingers crossed, hoping that the winds die tomorrow morning.
Coming along nicely. Yum.
Coconut curry chicken, huh? Mmm. Yum.
What a beautiful day.
Well, good morning. The rain has stopped. I can still see my breath. It is a cold day out here. Hopefully the winds have died enough for us to paddle and make this crossing and get back into the river. Still hear some waves out there. We're gonna take down camp anyway and just kind of keep our fingers crossed because it does seem less windy. The good news is right now it seems to be dying off. So let's keep our fingers crossed for that because we're behind schedule. It looks like possibly the waves and the wind are building for a longer stretch, so we'll have to be careful, but once we make that crossing, we'll be close to shore and much safer.
We're gonna make it go for it.
Bald eagle.
This way, guys. Ted's a ways ahead of me now, and we decided that we were gonna just cross now that the waves have died down. Still a headwind, but since Ted's gotten out there some, the wind has picked up to a steady gust. So hope we're making the right decision. Should be okay as long as the waves don't build too much. Wind is relentless, eh?
So exhausting, dude. So we're coming down the home stretch. There's little sections you can duck out like here just to take a break, but it's absolutely exhausting. So I'm just trying to fuel up. Got some peanut butter and tortillas that I just jammed in a little bag, my lunch bag here. I got little packs of trail mix, kind of lets me ration them properly so I don't just eat way too much too soon. Cliff bars, Built bars, and I got this peanut butter and tortilla, and that way it doesn't take very long. Nice pike. We are now out of Chipway Lake, and we are back in the South Seal River.
Tough going to those headwinds for 2 days. Just thinking about my wife Tori and my son Wesley, and really miss both of them. That's particularly maybe brought on when I'm feeling cold and hungry. It's a lot of time and expense to come out here and do this kind of stuff, and a lot of physical exercise and discomfort and hardship, but the rewards make it all worthwhile. Some things aren't going our way on this trip. The water level super high, but you know, you get what you get when you come out onto into these wilderness areas, and you got to deal with it as it comes, and I think we've been doing a good job of that. Got a fish. Oh, fat up walleye! Yeah!
That's a fatty. Beauty, Jim.
I think that's my biggest one of the trip.
Almost as cool as me.
Much nicer out. I'm really enjoying the sun against me. Feels good. Decided that Jim caught that nice walleye for dinner tonight. That's going to be delicious. And we'll just keep pushing on as far as we can with the conditions we have. What more can you do, right?
We're approaching where we wanted to finish yesterday. Fox Lake, and then a big stretch of river, and then we get into some rapids. I don't even know if we're gonna get to those today. Got a decent current right now, which is nice. Couple Pepto-Bismos, nice and handy for the old heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea. Hey, Pepto-Bismol. This trip has definitely taxed us physically so far. It's healthy, but it's tough sometimes. You know, you gotta have that mental discipline to kind of keep pushing on and pushing through. You're already exhausted. Sometimes you kind of just gotta put yourself in a bit of a mental zone and just stop you paying attention to your paddling so much and zone out and just keep going. It's amazing what your body can do. It just kind of keeps going on and on and on. So much of it is just mental.
Really nice evening. Got a fish to eat. We've done 32 kilometers even after being windbound this morning. So we're going to look for a place to camp. Just came up on this thing here.
This looks like an old waterfowl hunting blind. The base to an old goose hunting blind. There's a remote Dene community called Tuduli Lake that's not far from here. They might be able to paddle in portage here, or even in high water, take a freighter canoe with a kicker, potentially up the rapids from Tuduli Lake and get here to waterfowl hunt. We could pull up right there.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna get better than this for around here.
It's really buggy here.
I think it might be buggy everywhere.
It's just nice that we could like pull up without having to go through this crap.
Well, I bet you that they camp here.
Yeah.
Like, has this even been cleared out here? Those hunters?
I wondered.
Let's go check it out. There's a lot on your back right now. Well, it looks like we might be eaten alive here.
Doesn't look too fancy. Thought over here that maybe we could get away with putting the tent. All right. Taking off the old dry suit. Luckily today I'm not absolutely freezing, borderline hypothermatic, having to chug booze just for morale. This time I'm gonna drink booze just for fun. So much nicer of a day, but as you can't tell, the bugs are back with a vengeance, trying to make up for lost time when they couldn't fend for themselves in the frigid winds and colds and ice rain. So now they've got to suck twice as much blood today. Biting right through my shirt. Oh my goodness, look at all of them, just like, those are all mosquitoes. Brutal.
Just getting my thermocell out right now to try to deal with these things. It's fired up, ready to go.
Where do they all come from?
I don't know.
Looks good there, Jimmy.
Oh yeah.
Really good, dude. Really good. Chicken and rice. What's a pirate's favorite letter? Big wolf.
Found the moose antler. There's one. Woo!
baby bald eagle.
Cool morning, but it is warming up. Looks like we have a beautiful day, quite the contrast to yesterday and the day before. First thing today is going to be a few rapids. We don't know what to expect with them, but we're hoping they're just going to be big, fun, exciting rapids that will not take a ton of time to scout, line, and or potentially portage. And if we make it a good distance today, we might be able to make it to Tuduli Lake. Tuduli Lake's a concerning lake because it's massive. If the weather's like this, I think we'll be fine. So you never know. We haven't been running into the best luck with winds on those lakes.
Eggs, ham, and red and green peppers for breakfast this morning. Having a hard time stomaching it, to be quite honest with you. I feel a little barfy. I don't feel very good right now. These random spots are turning out to be pretty good because the forest is much more open here. It's really lumpy, but as long as you can find just a big enough spot, the moss is really soft and you just kind of like obus form into place. Plus we're exhausted, so we'd probably sleep on a bed of nails. We're about to get on the water and get paddling, and it always feels good to just get out there. So I'm looking forward to dipping my blade in the water for the first time today. You buggeroonies. Fly down the windpipe. I wonder if anyone's ever choked to death and died from inhaling blackfly.
Probably like 3 clicks to the first rapid, eh? Oh, bald eagle. Might be near its nest, eh?
It's a bald eagle nest there. You can see one of the babies in it. Look at the size of that nest. Bald eagles make the biggest nest out of any bird, up to a ton apparently. He's just sitting there in the nest. So nice to see. Just absolutely beautiful bird that almost went extinct. Put on the endangered species list and it's recently been removed. Their numbers have increased since they banned DDT and protected a lot of habitat. Phenomenal that they can build those nests. It's a little baby bald eagle in the nest. He doesn't seem to like the black flies either. It's pretty cute. Right over here is Mom, ready to beat my ass down if I get too close. Right on our island we camped last night, eh? You guys have a good day. Lots of good fishing. We'd better get out of here. I've seen the nest before, but never with a baby in it, and never with the mom or dad sitting there chirping at us. So really cool experience. So nice to see these birds coming back so strong. And up around here, they're all just huge. It's incredible. So awesome experience, and glad we spotted it.
The next rapid's just like right around this bend.
Paddle, just bomb, fly through this, fly through porcupine.
Don't scout anything, just dump.
Go to Tuduli Lake today, catch 2 like 40-pound lake trout, crossed Lake Tuduli.
Trade them for tobacco.
Paddle through the middle of the night on a compass bearing to just make it to town to get some tobacco. And then head out and finish the lake on a GPS bearing just while the wind isn't around. Yeah! There's the eagle. Yo, you want to take some casts here?
Sure.
Fun rapid. We're gonna take a couple castaroonies.
There's one.
Whoa, dude, huge pike on. An absolute beast, over 10 pounds. Oh my God. Whoa. Look at that. Oh, that's a beast, Jim. There you go, bud. Be on your merry way. Second biggest pike I've ever caught. Oh, there it is. Talk about a contrast. Just loaded with pike in here, eh? Nice fish, Jim. Let her go. Whoa. Didn't retie before leaving camp, so I'm missing out on all the fun and the action right now. Whoa! Whoa! Dude, I got a tank on here. Did you see that? Oh! Whoa, bud! What? That's a fatty. Look at that guy. Hey, get a pick. Hold on, I'll paddle over there. Oh! Want it? Yeah. I want to play a little Where's Waldo? Where are you, Waldo? Same size. Oh, this one's huge. Dude. Your roll on this, man. I just want to start fishing. I know, just but we need the footage, Joe. You like fishing. Oh, stop! You're just jealous. I've rolled on you 100 times. I'm jealous because I want to fish. I've rolled on you. I've rolled on you fishing 100 times. Oh, Waldo! Where's Waldo, baby? Whoa! Oh yeah! What a tank! There's Waldo. There he is. Nice fish. All right, here we go. Finally, Ted's lure is in the water. That's why you should always tie your lure at camp, boys and girls. Or else you'll just miss out on the action and end up taking pictures of other people's fish. Oh yeah. Oh, that's, oh no! Oh, and it must have been a pike. That was a heavy pike. You got bit off? Yeah, that was heavy, dude. Yeah, dude, there's some tanks in here. So I got bit off immediately. And then Jim laughs at me. Last picture I take of him of the trip. Still missing out on the action here. Oh, here we go. There we go. It's a fish. A fish is a fish. Walleye. There she is. Tank walleye. Yeah. Ted was all getting jealous of me, and he's just caught in a tank walleye, probably the biggest one of the trip yet. So that frown has been turned upside down on old Teddy. What? Amazing fish, dude. One thing that's pretty special about this spot is just that it's loaded full of bigger size fish. Fortunately, Ted had the eye to see this eddy. It has proved to be quite fruitful, super fun, but unfortunately, we don't have time to stick around. Coming up to the esker. Eskers are ancient river bottoms. If you look at them along their course, they form the winding shape of a river. But these river bottoms were at the base of massive glaciers that stretched up almost 1 kilometer in height. And their features are the way they are because all the sediment was held in by the ice walls on the outside of the esker. And once that river dried up and the glaciers melted, they're left in a dome feature and serpentine in appearance, just like rivers. On the seal, we're going to be running into a lot more of that kind of thing than we have thus far, which should make for really cool camping and hiking and just more scenic. Looking forward to that. We noticed a tributary, so we're going to paddle up it a bit. We're hoping this is gonna be hammer time for fishing here is what he's trying to get at. And what do you think? Maybe we'll catch a 20-pound walleye. Maybe we'll catch a 60-inch pike. Maybe there'll be lake trout in here this cold mountain spring. Let's give this a whirl.
This looks like there might be grayling here. Do a fish.
Zilch. No 20-pound walleye so far. No 50-inch pike.
Oh, a nice walleye. Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Yep, nice walleye. What a beauty. Woo! Walleye, baby. Yep. Another pig.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hooked into something just jigging. Bam! Yeah! Personal best walleye, dude.
Hold it up.
Personal best walleye. Look at that. Woo! What a fight.
Long, quick little video. Boom. Nice. Yep. Oh, this one's good. Oh, I lost it. Oh no. That was a tank, dude.
Oh. Yo.
In the water she goes.
Hooked in to a biggin. Oh my god. Dude! Dude! My new personal best! Yeah! Yeah! Boom! Look at that, eh?
Wow.
That's a tank.
Personal
Look at that.
best for sure.
Yeah, dude. That's a tank. Yeah!
We have to move on, unfortunately, but there's definitely some giants lurking in there. There's probably like some 15-pounders. I mean, look at the size of this river. How could there not be just giants in here, untouched? No one fishes here. I did lose something that just felt like an anvil.
10-pounder probably, eh?
Might have been. Walleye fishing is just off the charts here.
Off the charts, yeah!
Freaking epic. So fun.
So fun.
It's a nice day.
Oh, yes!
Jim's really geeking out over this. He's even wearing a walleye shirt.
I'm even wearing a walleye shirt. Yeah! I'm not excited at all. Stay right, run the first part, scout the next part.
I think there's gonna be like a 10-foot standing wave there.
So you think that's a portage?
No, not necessarily.
So we're gonna run a 10-foot standing wave?
We don't know what this is gonna be. It might end up being a relatively easy run, or it might end up being challenging.
Yeah, down lower it looks bigger, Ted.
I think the left's gonna be smaller.
Okay, yeah, let's go left. The bald eagle.
big freaking rapid, but we're skating by on the left here.
Some pretty powerful waves and holes in that.
That was fun, eh?
Yeah.
Pretty awesome high volume rapid. Essentially we managed to avoid all the big stuff. It was still a fun run, like fast current just whipping down. But it is weird how the map is marked and how some rapids are just nothing and other ones are quite the rodeo, and really they don't look that much different on the map.
Done about 35 clicks today. Rapids, big fish, sunny times, good day. We're nearing to Dooley Lake, which is a huge crossing. We're considering trying to get out on and make some distance today, but we don't really need to. I think we're gonna pull over. We see a spot where we could probably camp. It looks like we're rewarded with a nice campsite.
Look at this campsite.
Oh, look at these wolf prints.
Cool. Wow.
Big old wolf print. Sick moose antler over here. Cool. Found a moose antler.
Found an antler, found an antler,
Cool.
found an antler last night. Whoa.
No shortage of places to camp here, eh?
Wow. Good idea stopping to camp here, I think.
Look at this.
All right. Hopefully this is a sign of things to come. People come and camp here from, there's a really remote fly-in only or winter road only community onto Dooley Lake. They would probably once in a while take a long boat ride across the lake maybe and camp here. Big wolf. Wolf just came trotting along.
Cool camp spot.
Because of the high water, we haven't seen as much wildlife as we probably would have, because a lot of the beaches and gravel bars have just been underwater. But whenever you find a spot like this, you're seeing a lot of the tracks. So, you know, maybe if things get a little more like this on the seal, possibly get to see some animals. There's was a old cabin here that maybe burnt down in a forest fire, because there has been a forest fire here a number of years ago. All that remains is this bottom frame of this cabin. You can see it was here. Chimney still there, and some of the stuff that would have been here. Old, like maybe a barrel stove that was in it here. Used like a paint can there for a chimney section. Possibly it succumbed to the fire. Anyway, awesome spot.
A slippery stowaway.
Who is it? It's Captain Morgan.
A
stowaway. R. What's a pirate's favorite letter?
C.
C. I asked Jim before, that's why he knew. He said R, and he's like, yes it is, it's R. And I'm like, no, it's C.
Yeah.
A lot of bugs.
Cajun style fish crisp. I put the fillets in here and I shake it up, and all that fish crisp sticks to the fillets. And then,
Ooh, laid in the oil. Ooh, look at the size of that fillet.
the Cajun's got a little orangey color for sure. We got the little Frank's Red Hot Buffalo here.
Nice.
And a little tartar sauce as well. Me and Ted have been big fans of the Frank's Red Hot with the fish.
That is just deadly.
The best one yet.
Delicious. Get that all up in there.
Super fun day. Better than the last couple of days. We made a little further than the daily clicks that we need to put behind us, and no horrific headwinds and a couple rapids, but they're manageable.
Coffee time. You can see here that someone was camped here, it looks like in the winter. They've got, here's the old spruce boughs that are down, they would have used. You can see all the needles in the ground there. And they would have had like a canvas tent up. Two poles here that have been lashed together, and this whole site been used for a long time. It looks like at certain times of year they post up here and hunt or fish. Really nice change to where we've been camping the last few nights. We've got the second largest lake of the trip to contend with today. Fingers crossed the wind is good. Hopefully maybe even get into some more of this great fishing, because that's just been absolutely epic. More eggs. A little bit of moss. Breakfast this morning. Ideally, we make it all the way across to Dooley Lake today.
And Shathini Lake is like even bigger than Dooley. Good. Mosquito just kamikazed into my coffee.
I broke my sunglasses, aka my sunnies. So I am going to attempt to fix them with plastic epoxy. They're working, which is great. Hopefully they hold up for the duration of the trip. Being a blue-eyed ginger, I like squint in the dark. It can be pretty annoying. But anyway, back in action. We got a long day ahead of us. It does seem like the weather's maybe changing, not for the better.
Really cool that we're traveling this ancient route, and although we have modern material, we're doing it with these same tools that have been used for many years. It gives you a feel for what it would be like to have been on this land 1,000 years ago, because you wind up in the same campsites and you see the same things when you travel by the same means. You see a good place to camp? Well, chances are that's been a good place to camp for the last 800 years. This area is pretty special too, because it's different than other places I've traveled. We have the
northern boreal forest and these giant eskers of sand. Just neat because as we travel further north, you can tell that the glaciers stuck around here a lot longer than they did back where we started this trip.
We're like here.
But then we might get windbound here. I think if we stay right, the waves will be bigger. Potentially we'll be taking more, but we'll also be paddling right close to shore. I like that plan, dude.
All right, we'll go up the right,
You think? Yeah?
I guess, but this is also like 6 kilometers further.
All right, well, I say we just go for it, dude.
Some low rain-filled clouds have come in, low pressure, and with them they're bringing some wind, but also just going out into a big lake, you're just much more exposed, and so a small wind becomes a sketchy wind.
If anything goes south, it's an honor to have served on this expedition with you.
Tell my wife I love her. Heading out to one of the mid-lake islands. Right now, it's working out well and it's shaving off at least a kilometer right now. We just came up from here and paddled behind this island, and we made a crossing out to this little island here, and then we just right now paddled across here. And then we should be sheltered behind these islands for a bit, but we can come around and hide behind these bays from the wind, hopefully, over to Chip Point here. Then we got a whole huge section of the lake there to deal with too. So we're making progress, but it's not easy, let me tell you. It's not easy. Feels like someone's poured lava inside my back muscles. It's nice to have these little island breaks though, let me tell you. And it's not an island break like Jamaica or something. Not that kind of break.
Island break.
We'd be on the island break. We're gonna get some rum punch.
Couple of red stripes.
Some red stripe.
Come to Jamaica and drink.
We're gonna eat some jerk chicken so spicy you can't even taste the meat.
Well, I guess there's whitefish in this lake. So I just found this fatty whitefish.
It's a dead fish floating on the shore.
Looks like an eagle got it. I pulled it up to confuse Ted. Ah, it smells good. Ted's proposed power naps. And in fact, not really proposed, but just engaged in a power nap.
Power naps. We are making progress. Still have a long way to go. It does seem like the wind is dying in our favor. About to pour on us. So the rain has caught us.
Should just post up here for a few minutes, eh, Ted?
Here at this point called Chip Point, and we're just waiting out a bit of gusting wind and rain. Isolated clouds today, so I think it should blow through quickly.
Weather past
the wind anyway, so we're gonna go for it. Storm clouds are that way, blue skies are that way. We're making a big crossing, a little chop, but weather seems stable. I'm gonna pace myself and troll along the way. I'm not sure if there's lake trout in this lake. I think there are. A lot of the time when there are whitefish, there are lake trout too.
Still have a good bit to go. We figure we better finish it off while the weather's good.
Me and Ted are gonna just paddle well into the evening. Hopefully put Dooley Lake behind us.
So many little pike.
Just hooked into a big old walleye. Got him! Look at that. We're headed to boop some land there. That's where we're going.
Pig, Waldo! Pig! Wow. There it is. Yeah. What a beauty. Nice time to paddle in the evening. We're actually going with a slight breeze this time. Oh, oh. There she is. Back you go. Woo! My mighty waterways carry me for blue lake and rocky shores. I will return once more. High on a rocky ledge, I build my wigwam close to the water's edge. I listen still. Blue lake and rocky shores, I will return once more. And he goes burning down and down the white water. That's how the log rider learns to step lightly. He's burning down and down the white water. The log driver's waltz pleases girls completely. It's a good Canadian folk song. I think it's about things being more important than money because it's sung by a woman whose parents try to get her to dance with the doctors and merchants and lawyers, but she's in love with a log driver and she ends up marrying him despite the fact that he's not rich, and probably ended up being way happier because of it. So I like that, because life's really not about money. Nearing shore. Tough to say how far, maybe 2 clicks. Good to get this big crossing under our belts. We're both exhausted. This has been a long, hard day. How far have we made it today?
At least 35.
35, 40 kilometers, I think we made it.
11 and a half hard hours on the water today. After a perilous open water crossing to arrive at what looks like a swamp that we're gonna have to sleep in for the night.
Our swamp for the night, yeah! Well, this looks better. Certainly looks better to me. Oh, and I got a fish. A little bigger, huh? Woo!
My canoe has touched shore.
Smells amazing here.
It probably was just screwy and then it corrected itself.
It's pretty good, dude. Yeah, this is fine.
We have agreed with which we have agreed. Things you gotta want more than you need. Will you have it all? You won't be free. Silent. You're crazy breeze. Hope you're not lonely without me.
Yeah. Backed up walleye. What a surprise, eh?
Just some
Yeah!
epic every night. Just epic fish. Incredible.
Yum.
Look at how flooded this is. A river when it's in flood is not a safe place to be. It's very, very scary.
Getting swept down river. Uh-oh. Can you hold on? I am, but it's a dead brain. What are we gonna do?
Might have to consider pulling the ripcord.
So I'd say this might be an official record for bugs. My goodness. Good morning. It is a buggy one. Oh, they're in my eyes. As I wave my hands, I'm just hitting like hundreds of them.
Bugs have reached biblical proportions. They're all biting, they're all up in my pants. Had to take a poo. Got several blackfly bites on my balls.
Today, we are just finishing off Taduli Lake. We got a couple of rapids to run. Hopefully the weather stays like this and we catch a couple fish. We're going into Nisaga Lake, then into Shithani Lake. This lake, that's only half of it. We're currently paddling the South Seal River. This lake, Shithani Lake, is where the North Seal is meeting up with it, doubling the volume. And as we exit that lake, we will be in just the Seal River. And I thought this river was big. The Seal must just be absolutely massive.
We do have some river notes for basically midway through today on, which will be super helpful. Yeah, it says there's like 1.5 meter haystack, so volume of water. I'm sure that there'll be something super interesting to contend with there. Big.
Wow, this river is huge.
Look at all the fish fins sticking up here. There's one. Oh. Woo. Dude, there's like a whole bunch of fish fins right here.
Crazy.
Maybe they're just eating like the hatch though.
I have 3 flies on my hook. It worked for me last time.
See him?
Yeah. Literally hundreds of fish there and I can't get one to bite. We're just after something that I don't have. It seems hard to believe that there's literally just like hundreds of walleye, but we can't get them to bite. We're kicking ourselves for not bringing a little kid of flies. Cool to see that regardless. Looks like there's like a shelter over here, eh? Just came across this shelter here. Actual wood stove here. Same one I have. Huh. Here's the fire pit, all the boughs down. Looks like it's left from winter. Maybe hunting or fish camp. And the canvas is still here, which is kind of weird. They probably leave it here in the stove and just come back for it. And the ground would have been like much warmer with all the boughs down and much more level. Not sure if it was a hunt camp or fish camp. Maybe they put some nets out. No one here now. Looked like a Dene fish camp from, I'm sure they came from the town of Tuduli.
Do you want to go straight or do you want to follow the shore?
I don't want to follow the shore, no.
Okay.
We are getting a bit of a headwind that seems to be picking up.
This wind, man, really makes these lakes a lot scarier and a lot more challenging.
We're way out in the open here. I think we've just been getting pretty unlucky with the consistent headwinds. The good news is we are making it across.
Just the energy to paddle into that headwind. It was harder to make that 3.2, 3.3 kilometer crossing than to do the 6K open water crossing yesterday.
Feeling like you're standing on the dock paddling. It is a nice day, nice weather.
Just the
I'm
wind.
looking forward to getting into like an actual river for like a bit.
Yeah. When we round this corner, we have like a challenging class 3.
So it says left of center, away from stack, then side slip right by island to avoid rock garden. I feel like there won't be a rock garden. Woo! That's the wind doing that to me.
Can't get straight because of the bend.
So the rock garden just isn't there because of the high water. The actual real challenge was how powerful the headwind is. It's like turning me upriver while I'm paddling down. I could barely even move. Right now I'm not even moving because of the headwind in this strong current.
I could barely keep straight. First rager that we're probably gonna run class 3. We might dump.
The wind is starting again. Ish. I can't scout from here. Oh, we're stuck here, dude.
Well, this is super sketchy. It's a 500 meter class 3, so in these levels it's probably a 4.
Dude, it's raging on the right. I'm getting swept down river.
Uh-oh. Can you get out?
No,
Can you hold on to the branches?
I am, but it's a dead branch.
Ted's might get swept into it.
It's impossible to get out anywhere to scout because everything is so flooded. There's sweepers in front of me here. So even getting out past them and trying to get to the other side of the river seems pretty hard.
Oh, the water's like chest deep here.
What are we gonna do?
I just got out.
Okay. I'm like a sitting duck where I am.
Look at how flooded this is. There's like current in the forest here. Where are you? Here. I hauled my boat like into here. Like a good thing we decided to get over when we did.
Yeah, yo, I was just in a position where I almost had to just be like, oh, I'm just gonna run it.
This rapid must be a bit of a pinch, so it's backed the river up behind it and flooded it way into the trees. We chose the left and the right looked flooded out, and then we realized there wasn't much of an eddy, and we're just wading through this. All these trees are probably gonna die. A river when it's in flood is not a safe place to be. This is very, very scary. Multiple rapids of this magnitude ahead of us. Honestly, if this rapid is not runnable and we have to portage it, we're not gonna have enough time to finish the river, because it means we're gonna have to do that back-to-back bushwhack portages, dangerous takeouts, flooded conditions. Might have to consider pulling the ripcord and getting a float plane to meet us around here. I doubt we'll do that, but it went through my mind. Anyways, hopefully when we look at it, the rapid will be washed out and there'll be a open channel where we can miss all the crazy stuff. So that's kind of all we can hope for right now.
I see one huge boulder on the right. Looks like we could just stay left, but I can't see the end. I see one boulder. The notes say huge boulders, plural. So there could be more. Maybe we can just stay left.
Why do you like left better?
Because we're on the left. We're not gonna have to front ferry in this raging current over to the right. And the right has a huge boulder on it close to shore.
That massive boulder's almost in the middle.
Yeah, but if you don't get right of that, then you're gonna be right in the thick of it. Because the left is just calm all the way down past the boulder, except at the end, maybe there's a hole there that I can't see. But come stand here so you can see the left.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. It looks pretty easy on the far left.
Right.
I think we could just run this on the left.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I'm thinking that.
That's really good. That current's ripping though.
I know.
Ted and I have decided to run it. We think there's like a sneak route down the left where we miss the gigantic truck-sized boulders and 8-foot standing waves. Just do our best to keep the open side up.
The scariest part of this was just like eddying out into the bushes.
Yeah, no, we have no way of knowing. The bugs have found me.
This says, caution, volume, class 3, 1.5 meter stacks, large boulders, but no ledge, not marked on topo, use spray skirt.
Okay, I'm out. Pretty easy.
Pretty easy. A lot of worry over nothing. Just missed everything, eh?
Yeah, it was fun.
We had to keep our line there, but we kind of just avoided everything.
Well, it turned out to be a piece of cake, basically. You can't scout it at all. Judging by some of those waves in the blind corner, there's no way of really knowing.
Just entering Danny Lake. This is a big one.
I say we cut across like the angle I'm going and then follow the shore.
Look at this. This looks sick. Look, a bald eagle again, dude. Obviously, we're supposed to stay here.
Beautiful sight. Way better. Oh yeah. Wow.
Excellent sight.
Last year's cranberries.
Right?
Wow.
Yeah. Those have been frozen on the plant all winter.
Amazingly good. Low bush Arctic cranberries. They're not actually from this season. They're from last season, but they stay on the bush and freeze, and they're really good.
This is sick.
Yeah.
Sick camp. So cool. Oh, look at the eagle. Hi, eagle.
We have decided to stay here. Just wanted to take advantage of this freaking beautiful Esker campsite. It's hard to pass this up. Seems almost like unreal. There's enough room for like an entire village here. Pretty cool. It says drink responsibly. A couple of phone numbers to call in case you're in an emergency. When you're out of booze, they'll fly you in some. My lips are just covered with musk oil. All I'm tasting is burning bug spray.
We like camping with the captain. We're gonna have pancakes for dinner. There's nothing wrong with that. If you're a grown man, you want pancakes for dinner, you can just go right on and do that. That's one of the beauty parts about being a grown-up. Eat pancakes for dinner if you want to.
That's why I brought my Batman costume.
Very likely.
I get the first pancake, homemade maple syrup. Is it syrup or syrup? You guys tell me. Or is it scissor? I feel like I say both.
I don't think I say maple syrup, but I might say pass the syrup. But I feel like I'm saying syrup, but I don't. Just like with people that say crick instead of creek think they're saying creek.
Right, I think that I say both. Sometimes I say syrup, sometimes I say syrup.
I think I say syrup, maple syrup.
Come on and sear it up.
I've checked out.
This is a good pancake, Jim.
Right?
Pancakes for dinner every day.
Oh.
Something really powerful about being on these massive lakes and not seeing a single person. Really lucky to be able to do that in Canada.
The last flapjack is on the fire. It's late. Really beautiful here. Fingers crossed we get good weather tomorrow. Eat that and head to bed for a well-deserved sleep.
The Seal River watershed. This vast watershed is 50,000 square kilometers of untouched, pure wilderness, about the size of Nova Scotia, or 25% larger than the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. There are no mines, no roads, no permanent development, no dams. Shithani Lake is a vast, untouched wilderness lake of the northernmost reaches of Manitoba, Canada. It begins at the confluence of the North and South Seal Rivers and is the source of the mighty Seal River. Lining its shores, there's spectacular eskers where you can follow ancient migration paths of bare ground caribou. The only community to Dooley Lake, less than 400 people of traditional Sayasi Dene who've been stewards of this land for centuries. Only a handful of canoeists paddle it each year. It is one of Canada's and the world's last great rivers and truly wild places. My brother Jim and I were lucky enough to be the only people on the banks of this lake. We're ready to soak it all in as we started heading on our once-in-a-lifetime journey down the Seal River to Hudson Bay.
Serious thunderstorm last night. In the middle of the night.
Testament to how big the lake is when there's just like a huge thunderstorm on the other side that isn't bothering us here.
Yeah.
So we're hoping to paddle 32 kilometers today, all just on this huge lake. So winds are calm now, so hopefully they stay calm for the day. That would be a real nice treat. Gorgeous day, gorgeous campsite. So nice, so cool. People have probably been camping there for thousands of years.
Went up on top of the esker at our site there and got a bit of a view of the lake, and all sandy tops stretched on for a while, and animal trails. And the Dene used to use the eskers as travel routes to hunt and ambush caribou and channel them and all kinds of stuff in this area. So it's a lot of indigenous history on this lake. Samuel Hearn actually camped at a site not far from the site we camped at last night. He spent some time here, which is the first European account of the lake. And Samuel Hearn traveled up this river to the coast of the Arctic Ocean. He had Dene guides. You can imagine what a mission that must have been, and in very different times.
There's been a forest fire relatively recently. It's all part of the natural process. Contrast, there's the regular forest there, lush and green.
Reading some of the river notes we have by Hap Wilson, his book Wilderness Rivers of Manitoba. They got caught in absolutely wild freaking forest fire when they were on the Seal River. The danger of the flames with the smoke as well, so it can happen. It's something you got to think about.
Nice little guy.
Lake pike, I think, are good eating for sure. You know, me personally, I'll take the pickerel over the pike. I like the flavor a little better on average, for sure. Another crossing, almost in the book. Aim for this point. Could change the world.
That pike. It's a really delays us when I catch a fish.
Ted is just taking forever. I'm not even paddling hard and he's just way behind me all the time.
Yeah! Woo! Getting a little bigger. Back in the water he goes.
Yo, this is crazy. I've never had anything like this happen. There, the big one just left. Did you see that? So I was dragging this pike and then a big pike just gripped onto it. And I pulled in the big pike holding that. Woo! No shortage of small pike here. So Ted caught up to me. Turns out that he caught 2 more pike. They're just hammering the swim bait that he has. I'm doing all right too, but he got one, and by the time he got it off the hook, he'd blown 400 meters back.
Last of the pemmican is going to me.
It's the perfect consistency at this temperature.
Really looks like hunks of bear.
Totally does.
Well, that was utterly adorable. Just kind of popped up and had a look at us a couple of times and put on a little show for us. It's back.
Hey, bud. Hey. Hey. You wanna be friends? You see me talk to him, he was like, hey, are you talking to me?
Yeah, he looked right at you. I've caught, I believe, 7 pike today. I was using this one here. Looks pretty nice, doesn't it? And this tail really swims. This is what the 7 pike have done to this one. Have really hacked it up. Definitely working well for pike, that's for sure. Oh, it feels pretty big. Absolutely freaking beauty day. Jim and I have actually hopped across the lake so we can do a bit of a hike up in Esker. There's also an old trapper's cabin marked here. It might have burnt down because there's been a big fire since then, so we'll see. If it keeps up like this all day, we should be able to make our distance. Doing a bit of this hike, like it's just something different.
What a nice beach, eh?
What a gorgeous view here. Beautiful. And the Esker is essentially an ancient riverbed that formed under a glacier. Glacier could have been a kilometer or more thick of ice. What we're walking on here, this tall, was just deposits of sand from like a river flowing underneath the glacier. You think a moose broke that?
Maybe. This is pretty cool.
Pretty cool, eh? Such an easy hike too.
Yeah.
Wow. It's huge. Absolutely massive. We got to paddle all the way down the other end of this lake, way down so as far as the eye can see today. Made it. I'm going this way.
You're gonna walk around the lake.
Yeah. It's not really that much longer.
Like, we don't have this kind of time, man.
Why is it that much further? We're already at the end of the lake. It's the same distance back as it was along here.
Way further.
No, it's not. I'll see you back there.
I thought we were gonna do a quick hike, you know?
I don't know.
That long, remember?
I think it's maybe like 10 minutes longer. Looks very different. Really cool. That tree's getting pretty big there. This would have been one of the biggest ones I've seen if it was alive. Around here anyway, for sure. There's supposed to be an old trapper's cabin on this side of this little pinched in lake here, but it might have burned down. Easy walking through here, that's for sure. Beautiful. Maybe this is where the cabin was. There's nothing left. That looks like a stove, part of it, and an old piece of the chimney here. Cool. Looks like a big pan. A couple of like pits here. Thought maybe this little clearing would have been where the cabin would have been, but I don't see any evidence of it. It's possible there's just nothing left other than what I found. Completely burnt and then rotted and washed away. Here's some bones. Some little bone here. Cool. I wonder if that's an animal that perished in the fire, or if wolves or something got it, or even if it's just discarded from whoever was in that cabin. More bones. More bones. Feels like almost like I'm somewhere else because I'm on this esker and there was a burn, and it's just the smell of the pine and the heat, the aridness. It almost feels like I'm like in the US or something like that. Very different. It's cool. Very different than the muskeggy, swampy, mossy stuff we've been getting and experiencing. See why I built a cabin there. It's a really nice spot. While we were catching a lot of fish this morning, we let them all go because we're like, oh, we got so far to go, we'll just catch one closer to camp. This last stretch we haven't caught anything, and now we're starting to wonder if we should have kept one of those.
That's a pretty decent one. Stay. Yeah, I think we're gonna keep that.
Been gifted with this amazing day. Best day of the trip weather-wise. Hot, sunny, and no wind, most importantly. Just so lucky. Beautiful. It's just glass out here after so many days of just ripping wind.
See where we're going, eh?
Yep. What an incredible day.
Yeah, man. How many days a year this lake is this glassy?
Yeah.
You know? Hard to believe, eh?
Yeah, man. So sick, eh? Oh, we deserved a bit of a break though, didn't we?
Solid 32 kilometers we did today, just flat water paddling. Steady headwinds for a bit, but beautiful and epic paddling conditions on this massive lake. I wonder how many days out of the year is this lake this glassy? Probably not too many, considering it's frozen the majority of the year. Gonna make camp right on top of those rocks there. Could not have had better conditions. We're there.
Well, I finally caved in. and I put my bug jacket on because I am out of bug spray. It's wonderful under here. It's absolutely wonderful. Oh, wow.
Look at what Ted found. An old male caribou antler. Unfortunately, their numbers are not what they once were, but also their migration only comes through this way in the winter, I believe. But that is super cool. An emblem of the Canadian North, really.
Beautiful sunset, soft moss to sleep on. What a beautiful sight this is.
This pike might be big enough to fillet and cut the Y bones after, but I think I could get more boneless. Get a feel where those bones are along the side here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 cut method.
Got a bag of fish, Chris. Come on, let's twist again, like we did last summer. Ooh, let's twist again, like we did last year. Do you remember when? Oh, we were really humming. Yeah, let's twist again, like we did last year. Do, 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 do.
What a spectacular day. Chithani Lake didn't disappoint. To stand in some of the same places as those that came before us had a real sense of power to it. This campsite was really proving to be one of the best of the entire trip. Stands out in my mind as one that I'll remember for the rest of my life. Completing Chithani Lake represented the last of the large lakes of our trip, with only 4 kilometers left to go to the Seal River. Delicious fish dinner made it all that much better. A little Cajun fish crisp and some Frank's buffalo were all the luxuries we needed.
Pike for dinner.
We were feeling pretty darn good. We had reached a true paradise. With 264 kilometers left to go, with lots of intense whitewater picking up, the promise of seeing moose, black bear, polar bear, wolverines, caribou, beluga whales, stunning esker scenery, a new species of delicious fish, and Arctic grayling, all left us looking very forward to the days ahead. The adventure felt like it was just beginning all over again.
We'll be paddling about 2K on this lake, and then we're into the river, no more lakes.
Really excited to see what the Seal River has in store for us. It's supposed to be one of the most beautiful and is one of the most wild and just in general epic rivers in the Canadian wilderness. It's a Canadian heritage river because of the rich First Nations history on it, because of explorer Samuel Hearne, who used it to try to access the interior, then in the North Seal trying to get to the Arctic coast. Just a really, really special river, and we're gonna witness the full bore of it because it's a big drop, fast flowing, really wide river, serious whitewater, and we have very high water. So
Bacon. Some people probably have the time to warm this up. Not us. I brought vitamins. Specifically since we're not getting any veg out here.
I don't believe in vitamins.
Some vegetables in the freeze-dried meals, but not exactly getting a lot of veg.
well, we have reached a milestone on this trip here, and that milestone is the day that your mess kit bag fits in your food barrel. Milestone obtained! I think now is the time to load up the boats and start paddling and on to another stage of this trip. This is going to be our last stretch of real lake paddling. There's another place to camp there, but I think where we stayed is much better. This is definitely the Seal River, Ted. We made it to the Seal River.
We made it to the Seal River. We did it.
What a mission.
My shoulders blown out, our backs are split, our asses are bloodied.
Balls are bloodied from black flies.
Good 450 kilometers. We made it. Pretty freaking cool. You have to travel now 235-ish kilometers all the way to Hudson Bay via the Seal River. Unbelievable waterways that we have here. Just amazing, really.
I mean, we came for it all, but this is really what we came for. It was the Seal River. A seal! We just saw a seal! Oh, that is crazy. It's called the Seal River, but we had no idea we'd see seals this far up. That's uncanny. Checking us out, look at him. So wicked, man.
Like if they come up here, like how far have they gone? So amazing. The moment we enter the Seal River from Chethany Lake, we're greeted by an actual seal that has swum 240 kilometers upriver from Hudson's Bay, navigating up all the rapids and making it here. I mean, it is called the Seal River, but probably not common for them to be this far up. At the same time, a bald eagle swooped down over it. Cool morning thus far.
Look.
You hear him sniffing?
Yeah.
Well, we've officially now seen our 4th seal. Pretty cool. Good. I did hear the fishing wasn't as good on this river. Maybe it's because all the seals are in here just pounding all the fish. We just paddled up this tributary, about 500 meters or so, and we're hoping to catch some grayling in here. Not even a bite!
Well, it is not a hot spot like some of the other spots we witnessed.
I haven't even got a bite, and Jim hasn't had a bite. Not a good sign.
No grayling at all. We had to paddle like a ways upriver. We're super excited. The tributaries are usually the best spots. Seals everywhere. Maybe the seals just picked at all the grayling here. Hopefully the fishing will pick up.
Oh, we're about to go down another rapid. Class 2, heavy, with lots of room to maneuver through rocks and swells. 1.5 kilometers long.
We gotta catch the eddy on the left. You gotta look to where you do want to go. Don't look to where you don't want to go, or else you automatically wind up there. Crazy volume in these rapids, wow.
The smell of the water is so nice. Water's churning. There's this cold, beautiful, fresh water smell. That was fun.
Got something on here. Oh, grayling! Grayling! Yes! Grayling, baby! Look at that, what a beautiful looking fish. Just casting a MEPS number 2 XD. Oh, it's made to go a little deeper. It's actually a fairly deep little eddy here.
Are we camping here? Or are we gonna go run the class 3?
I mean, we can, but if there's nowhere to camp until that island, like, won't we be just blasting through everything?
Right.
Have to make the decision whether we're gonna continue on downriver or whether we're gonna camp here. The issue is that there's nowhere to camp downriver for quite a ways. We're pretty tired after the lakes and having maybe 11 hours sleep over the last 2 days and a lot of physical exertion. So we think we might do the hike and camp here and call it what would be probably the easiest day of the trip yet.
Yeah! New species, Arctic grayling. They don't get that big, but they're beautiful fish. Look at this fin they have. It's got all these colorful spots in it. Pretty cool. The landscape is changing as we go, and now we're noticing we feel like the water is clearer, and now there's the Arctic grayling fish here. Just all of a sudden, you know, change from these pike and walleye and now grayling. This is unbelievable. Holy crow. Nice campsite, eh? Look at this pile of antlers.
What is this place? It's crazy, dude.
Yeah, man. This is cool.
Like another world.
Look at this. It's like some sort of cache or something.
Look what's in the middle, though.
It's a skull?
No, a pole.
Oh, so weird.
Like, so this is all here to mark that, I think.
Right.
What is that pole?
Ooh, wild. Pretty old antlers, man.
Something to do with government, potentially. I'm not sure how many caribou come through here anymore, but at one time the herds were a lot stronger and there's way more. But this would have been sort of where they migrated to in the winter. So if they're losing their antlers, these look like mostly male antlers. So before Christmas, like early December, I'm guessing, is when they'd come through here, and then they spend the summer on the barren lands north of the tree line, not too far from here. So they're migratory barren ground caribou. Really cool.
Just an absolutely gorgeous place. Not camping like this where I'm from. Really amazing. All of a sudden we cross over into the Seal River and we start seeing seals, and we're catching Arctic grayling. Like, wild. Very fascinating. Very amazing place, and what a freaking spectacular. Look at this river behind me. Look at all of that water. Like, so beautiful. Jim and I are the only ones here. The only footprints here were a couple of moose tracks on the sand here. Pretty special, amazing wilderness that we're blessed to be able to visit right now and explore. So it's nice to take some time off the river as well. Jim and I are off on an esker hike, and wow, is it ever freaking cool.
We're gonna write a song while we're out here, and maybe we'll win the Jim and I awards.
I give that dad joke the seal of approval. Look at this view. Seems like the shores are getting more sparse, like the willows aren't so catastrophic.
Yeah. Marble, maybe?
Cool.
Look, there's another one right beside it.
Uh-huh.
Blades. This is just out of this world, eh?
A better way to explain the esker and why it's just one pile of sand is that really it's like the river bottom. The river's flowing underneath this glacier. It gives you a kind of an idea of how big the freaking glaciers were. Look at how high up we are. And we're on top of what was a river bottom. And then the river would have been flowing along here underneath a kilometer of ice. And then either side of the ice holds the river in place. And then with time, just the sediment builds up, builds up, builds up, builds up to what we have here. And then of course, when they melted, they just left this pile. And that's why it's also like fine ground and sort of surreal. And even with like little, you know, rocks, random rocks that look really out of place. Pretty wild, these rocks. Just looks like someone placed them here. The Dene used to use them as travel corridors because much easier than walking through the forest, and the caribou as well. So really cool. It's hard to stop walking along it, even though it goes from miles. It's just so fascinating, and it feels like you're gonna find something or come across an animal. There's wolf tracks, moose tracks, bear tracks, and now our tracks. Gorgeous hike and to camp here. Easily one of the highlights of the trip so far. A grayling catching just down here in the eddy. What a freaking paradise this is. So nice. I'm glad we pulled over and didn't push on, and just took a little bit of time to actually slow down and enjoy what's around us a little bit. Yummy. Just pick it right off the bones. You get all the meat. Really good. The Old Bay is a nice kick.
Wow, this is an awesome treat. More than enough for what we need.
Loving the Seal River, and we just got on it. Looking forward to the rest of it. Got some big rapids to run tomorrow and lots of action coming up, and hopefully some more good fishing. Yo, bear! Whoa! It's raining a lot, yeah? It's raining.
This river is just amazing.
Yeah! Beautiful.
Ted seems to be leading the charge here with springing up and getting out of the tent. Just kidding.
really hope that the caribou will return to the north in their historic levels. Reading stories about this area by Farley Mowat and him seeing the migration is just such an absolutely incredible thing to read about, let alone to witness and to understand the throngs of life. The largest migration route out of any animal on the face of the earth is the barren land caribou, the incredible animal that is the emblem of the north, that has sustained life of indigenous people here for millennia. It's incredibly special, and they're all dying. And there's all kinds of reasons compounding, but nobody really knows why 100%. And I really hope that we can see caribou again in those numbers like that, not just piles of antlers and bone. And if not in my lifetime, in my son's.
For whatever reason, Jim has decided not to wear his bug shirt, bug jacket, whatever you want to call it, and he's over there just suffering.
The black flies are extremely bad this morning.
Wadding himself, screaming, yelling, crying, itching.
Black flies just have an uncanny ability to just find the softest skin. Balls just got massacred once again. Bugs are horrible.
Lunch for today will be the usual: Cliff Bars, trail mix, fruit to goes, peanut butter pita, and Built Bars. Hooray!
The bright side, it doesn't look like we're going to run out of coffee and creamer.
Some dried blueberries, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh. And there it is, first class breakfast.
2, 3.
We're discussing the fact that we might drown today.
Yeah, most intense whitewater day up to this point. I've been extremely uncomfortable with the heat wearing the dry suit, but at the same time, it's like if you dump and you're in the middle of this rapid, the current's so strong, the river's so big, you're not going to be able to get to shore anytime soon.
And then you have to swim and pull your canoe in.
How long is that going to be? Look at the size of this river. If you ditch your canoe, it's going to be swept miles downriver and you might never even find it. So there's that.
It's kind of concerning, actually.
This is Remington 870. Brought it for bear protection, specifically polar bear protection. If you have a long barrel, you're also going to have something that is more of a survival gun. Let's say you're stranded for some time and you have no food and you need to shoot a goose or do some hunting or whatever. You're going to have something that would be able to get the job done. Hopefully we see a polar bear, but not in a dangerous situation.
There's a forest fire a ways off. That smoke is kind of clouding the sky a bit and making it look like a cloudy sky and creating a haze. Seems far off wherever it is, but hopefully it doesn't spread over and give us any trouble.
We are off. When the winds changed today, they blew some of that smoke here. Hopefully the wind's not also blowing the fire here. Fires are a natural thing in the northern boreal forest. And actually the biodiversity of the northern boreal forest is largely fire induced. Some people even call it pyrodiversity. However, with warmer temps and drier summers in recent years, fires have been a lot more prominent and they're getting kind of scary. You can have fire smoke and the fire can be miles and miles away, so I'm not concerned, but the thought creeps into your head, what if the fire gets closer?
Just have to swim down the river. Fire can't get us there. Ha-ha.
It's getting really smoky here. Smell fire more and more. Pulled over to check out this bald eagle's nest and staying in it.
Hey buddy. He's hanging out. He's pretty big already.
Its parents might come back and kick the piss out of us, you know that, right? Speak of the devil.
Not just incredible that it's able to make a nest on that dead tree. Hope it doesn't blow over. It's beautiful. Well, Hopefully you have a wonderful day with lots of fish. Super cool, just on top of that dead spruce tree, and like the baby's just sitting out there having a look, and mom or dad came back and squawked at us. Doesn't really like us being here, but really awesome to see all these bald eagles. Oh, they're kind of guiding us along the way, it feels like. It's really awesome to see the nest with a baby in it. Just incredible birds. A little rapido here. Popping up, dude. The Seal River is the best, man. Yeah, this is so cool.
Starting to look a little more polar beary, eh, Ted? Almost getting to tundra. Look at over there.
Seal River has really boosted morale amongst Jim and Ted. It's such a sick river.
Better than I imagined.
Yeah.
Whoever sees seals in a river like this?
We're gonna have to eat sand if we don't catch any fish.
Morale is up. The river's moving at a great clip. We're making time. Shoreline is manageable, which was one of our bigger concerns, how it was on the South Seal, but luckily the landscape has changed for the better on the Seal, and totally manageable to get out and line or walk or scout. Seeing seals pop up and catch an Arctic grayling. Beautiful day. It's just a great time. There's a seal popping his head up over there. So yeah, we're having a good day and really loving the Seal River so far.
No luck. It'd be really nice to enjoy a couple delicious grayling again tonight, so we're gonna put some effort in.
Let's take some casts.
Nice now too that you can actually get out of the boat without having to bushwhack through horrific willows and what have you.
Yep! Fish! Whoa! Yeah! Grayling, baby! Nice fish.
Well, I was unable to land anything. Ted caught one, but the second one escaped him. We'll just take a few minutes at spots like this and hopefully catch at least one fish each for dinner. So delicious. Looks from here like there's some other big water. We're gonna have to jump out and scout the next one because from our river notes it says it's quite the doozy.
There is the gorge.
Thunderstorm slowly rolling in. There it is. So we might be bombing the rapids in a lightning storm.
Just to amp things up.
In order to scout this, we literally have to walk, what is that, like a kilometer? We've been finding the rapids are way bigger when you actually get to them than when you look from upriver. And so we're not sure. We feel like we want to just kind of go for it because we don't want to walk all the way there, and we don't see any like boulders that could pin us or hurt us. But maybe that's foolish. I don't know.
Maybe we just put our dry suits on and you know, if we dump, we dump. We're probably gonna run it anyway, so we might as well just start giving her.
We're just gonna run it.
Should be awesome. Hopefully this thunderstorm holds off for a bit. Looks like we got some rain coming in behind us though.
Here we go. Holy. Big freaking waves there.
That was pretty fun. Wow, this is so beautiful. Spin you around. Look at that. Wow, this river is just amazing.
This is beautiful. I can't believe the seals just swim up all this, eh?
Yep. This river is perfect for seals. There's no waterfalls on it. The water's deep. They can just swim up all the rapids and catch the eddies over 200 kilometers inland. I see a seal over here.
Get from rose on tree. More of you, strange I will see. Caution 3, center ledges. Upstream ferry across for draw. So scout from there, then ferry upstream and drop down the left. That's what it shows.
Okay.
Holy! Don't go that way! Rock ledge! Well, that was interesting. I couldn't see this rock ledge that you could barely see behind me. And I came around because I wanted to bomb some of the big waves, but it just started pushing me right into that rock ledge. You would have got stuck and pinned there. So anyway, I just kind of yelled out to Jim, like, don't go that route. I mean, what I did worked, but it's not really a smart plan.
Looked like he had a pretty sweet run, but there's a couple huge rocks. Smashing into those or pinning on them could trash your canoe and pretty much mean the end of the trip. I'm gonna hop in my boat and go now.
best spot. There's a reason why they have those rules on golf courses. Whoa, crazy lightning.
We're gonna wait out the storm so we don't get struck by lightning. Getting struck by lightning, you know, it's just not us. Woo!
Not the best odds of getting hit, but like, you know, pretty dead if you do. Oh, it's probably just gonna blow over in 2 seconds. I think it's raining! Yep, it's raining.
A lot of lightning. Look at that stupid duck out there. The duck don't care. Well, the bugs aren't mad anymore. Whoa!
It's raining a lot!
Whoa! Yeah.
When I was at the cliffs, lightning hit 30 yards away from me.
Wow.
Hit the water. I have it on video.
I don't think I saw that.
You can hear it. In the end, it didn't really come directly over us. Pretty unlikely to get hit by lightning, but still.
That was pretty bad. There's a lot of lightning. Hopefully it didn't cause a forest fire.
What a scumbag Jim is.
Let's run to the woods! Ah!
Yeah, I was like, let's go stand in the woods. Jim's just like, yeah, let's hold this lightning rod. What an idiot.
You're acting like a scared adult, but scared of thunder a little bit. Still raining, but all the lightning is that way, and we're going that way. That was quite the show.
Hopefully get to a nice campsite tonight, and we'll have done probably 40 clicks today, making pretty good time. 50.
Yeah! Yo, bear! Black bear there, pretty cool. And the banks of the Seal, because it's not so flooded like the South Seal and not so heavily wooded, I feel like is better opportunity to see wildlife, and that's one great example right there.
Always nice to see some wildlife for sure. There it is again.
See a line, but it looks kind of sketchy.
I wouldn't call that a class 2, it's class 3 for sure. So definitely the water is higher. Our notes say class 2 easy. 5-foot waves in there for sure. Or bigger. Fun ass run for sure. Look at that sun. Epic, like never ending sunsets out here. Yeah.
Oh, Ted's got one. Yeah! I'm switching to gold immediately.
Yeah.
Another grayling. That's two now, eh?
Yeah. Arctic grayling is on the menu again tonight. We got two, so we got one each. Kind of like the minimum we need to supplement food that we plan for it.
My personal favorite day of the trip so far, I think. This river is just absolutely spectacular. Ran a scenic gorge, esker campsite, like just crazy cool. Stopped early yesterday, so we're pushing it quite late into the evening tonight. I don't even know if the sun's going down. It's gonna be a late one tonight for sure. You being in this river, seal. The campsite we were going for took a little longer to get there than what we'd anticipated, and the sun is down. Should still have light for a little longer, and we're almost there, but seems to be taking a while. The campsite is looking like it's on the tip on the left here.
Yeah, there it is. It's right there. We're just getting to camp and it's 10:21. Yeah, it's good. Cool fire pit here. Sounds like there's a thunderstorm rolling in. I'm going to set up a tarp here.
This is good. 50K today. We have 170 kilometers to go. Polar bears upriver. I heard that they come. I don't know if that's rare or they're just always coming 70. Seems quite a ways from the coast, but polar bears are pretty badass, so. Extremely badass. I'd like to see a polar bear, but I don't want to see like the inside of its stomach. One of the best days, if not the best day of the trip, eh, Ted? Yeah.
was unable to get a haircut before I came, so my hair looks like this. So what I do in the morning is when I have my breakfast, I have a spork, and so I just use the spork part to make sure it's brushed nicely. I just comb it all back here, get all the black fly guts out.
Did you learn that from the Little Mermaid?
Yep, I get all the black fly guts out. Works quite good. Pick through all the knots and tangles, and then I just use the same spork to eat my breakfast. The wind is a nice break this morning from the bugs, but they're still getting me. Day 18 as we can figure best.
Not today, but tomorrow and the following days, we're going to be right in the heart of polar bear country here in northern Manitoba, close to the shores of Hudson Bay, where they gather in large numbers. That's a concern, but also pretty cool. I think there's a pretty good chance that we get to see a polar bear, and I'm really excited for that.
170 kilometers to go to reach Hudson's Bay, the ocean. Today we're going to start off with 3 kilometers of fun rapids through Scenic Gorge. Really looking forward to that. Just going to be ripping along. Then we're going to have some bigger stuff. Fingers crossed everything goes well with the rapids today. We make good time, and we just have an enjoyable day all around.
Just approaching a 3 kilometer long rapid. Looks like it goes through a bit of a canyon too. Oh, I see some white water, some white water.
Get out of the way.
Out of my way. That's a guaranteed dump, maybe drown hole.
Right, that's a keeper.
Yeah.
Be a long swim down this canyon. Paddle in the Seal River, feeling oh so wild and so free. Yeah, I just want to live my life, oh, living on the edge. If you looking for me, that is where I'll be. Oh.
Great fail. Whoa! Whoa! That looks huge.
Can we get over to the left here?
What is the Portage Trail?
Maybe it's in here. I don't know, it's just a cliff.
Is that an island there?
Yeah, that's the island.
I don't know if I want to run that, dude.
Why don't we just bomb across and paddle around the island?
Looks more like a 4-5.
Yeah, it's definitely a 4.
We can just tell that the rapid, because of the high volume, is essentially unrunnable or would be foolish to run. So we're going to take a different channel that goes around this island, but now we're on the wrong side of the river, so we have to front ferry across a really fast current to get to the other side before we get pushed down that rapid. And we don't have a lot of time to do that.
As you can imagine, getting swept into that torrent backwards when I'm trying to front ferry would be pretty low on the list of things that I want to do today.
Should be all right, but it's a very fast current. In this case, honestly, the double blade is pretty freaking good. This section here makes me a little bit nervous about a rapid coming up that's called 9-bar rapids that is very long, and the river notes also mark it as a 3-4. So is it essentially just a 4+ like this one the whole time? How is that going to be in this water? We should be able to manage anything. We just got to use our heads and not be stupid.
Wind is not helping me, dude. on, baby. Come on. Oh, kind of nailed it though.
I'm glad I used the double blade.
Are you tired? Yeah. Me too. I didn't finish that much further down from you.
Yours is just sketchy because you have to switch and like, you did a good job, man. You did a great job.
I was just not planning on having to work that hard. Had some strong current in there.
Yeah.
Says it's a class 1, eh?
It's not a class 1.
So we're gonna hop out and have a look because it's a complete blind corner. You don't want to run a blind corner, even if your river notes say it's easy.
Push the whip off and die.
Hey, Zeus, walks. The channel around the back of the island just spits you out to the same rapid. So here we are in the end, scouting the rapid. Bigger than the river note said. There's some serious churning, spinning current. Like a whirlpool that appears and then disappears.
Coming around that corner back here, the current's pushing you strong into that. So looking from above, it looks like, oh, we'll just stay right. But just staying right is going to be a challenge from high up. We're going to try to come around this corner and come in on the right and just sort of miss this massive wave on the right and these boils and sort of just get right.
All right, you want me to go first?
Sure.
All right. Visualize. I'm gonna eddy out up at the top here, I think.
I might not. If I have a decent line.
I missed it there for a sec.
see the seal? Yeah, I'm running a rapid with a seal. I saw him. That was awesome. That was crazy, dude. You think you've skated it and then it spins you. You have to do a high and then a low brace. That is some serious volume. Yeah, definitely bigger. We can see the boils, but even zooming in on the camera, it's hard to tell how big all the features are until you're right down there in the seat of your canoe. This powerful rapid's creating a bit of a whirlpool effect in here. And I saw the seals literally jumping in the rapids, like flying out like a dolphin in the surf. Really freaking cool. Well, that was quite the freaking rapid. Even coming down the channel we had, essentially had to run a class 4 and try to just miss it. It definitely was not a class 1 down that side. So that's an example of the water level there for sure, making a big freaking difference to the river notes. This next section of river is quite pinched, and there's some big rapids and some long rapids, so we're gonna have to be extra cautious. The shorelines are looking a little harder for linings too. Oh, a seal leaping through the water. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh my goodness. Incredible.
That was cool. That seal's like boom, boom, jumping up like this. Then he popped up and saw me and got all scared.
I'm like flying downriver towards this rapid here. Look at the shore. Probably like 15 kilometers an hour without paddling. This class 3 with Spirit looks like it might be a class 4.
From upriver, it looks like a doozy.
Let's go up here and scout. Left of those, yeah. And then just start heading for the left of the hole.
Yeah. So middle left the whole way.
Freaking huge. Little bit nervous, not gonna lie.
just kind of paddling on a long stretch of super wide, fast current approaching 9-bar rapid, which is about a 4-kilometer raging rapid, class 3, which is probably more like 4 at these levels. A ledge requires eddying out, ferrying across the river, lining the ledge, running the lower part. We don't know. We're gonna check it out. But the fact that we're seeing horsetails way back here isn't the best sign.
So the map says, Scout, caution, 9-bar rapids, class 3 to 4. 2-meter ledge, not visible from upstream Scout. Work your way to the right, line for finish. Anyway, it would be really, really nice if this was a runnable run. Really nice. Doesn't look as bad as the other one. I think it's pretty massive though.
Right. Tricky boils and currents. Squirrely stuff.
Doesn't look so bad. It looks wide, so like maybe we can avoid stuff. Like it's pretty raging, but quite a long ways to scout here.
It just goes on and on and on.
Yeah.
As soon as the weather gets a little nice, black flies come out. Whew. Eddy out on the left after the island, just run it, avoid the big, try not to dump and swamp. You know?
Pretty good on the left.
Yeah,
eh?
just run it down the left the whole way. Thank God. We're really concerned about this one. It doesn't look easy, but it looks like we'll be able to do it. You can't really pick a perfect line because it's so long. Look at how big it is way down there. So you just have to make some decisions while you're out there. We're gonna have to eddy out, cross the river, jump out, line the ledge, run the tail end. So this is really long. So yeah, we got our work cut out for us. But after this, we have about 10K to cruise to finish our daily distance and then a campsite. So we're sort of home free after this one. So just hoping that goes smoothly, but it should be interesting. We're gonna run it. We are gonna run it. Good luck, Ted.
Good luck, Jim. That was a bad mistake. Big mistake there.
I hit a rock, eh?
Me too.
Dude, I blew it at the top. I was like too complacent. Going through that V you went through, it just crashed in the hole and took all this water. First wave.
Woo! That was epic, dude.
That was sick. Quite a few ledges and holes, eh? You don't see them at all from the scout.
And just churning waves, I have like water splashing in my face. Exhilarating, dude.
Yeah, that was a wild rapid, man.
And the end was intense. Yeah. Oh God, I love it.
Spray deck was pretty key there.
Mandatory, yeah.
So we're supposed to scout from here. Oh, there's the ledge. Way down there.
The
There's
far
a
left.
ledge that goes all the way from River Rut, starting at those rocks there.
Left. Looks like there should be ample space to get out. Figure maybe we'll line it, you know? What an impressive piece of water this is. This second part is not as intense as the part we just ran. However, at the very end of this, there's a freaking 2-meter ledge that spans the entire river. So we have to run this and like work our way to shore, and hopefully there's going to be some sort of eddy or calm part we can get over, and then probably line down the ledge, controlling our boats with long ropes as we run along the shore, and that will pretty much put us through 9-bar rapids. But I'm not going to count my chickens before they're hatched. Anyway, so yeah, time to jump back in the canoe.
This rapid's not as intense, but of course there's the ledge. Wolves have been here.
About to run the second long drop, tutorious 9-bar rapids.
Family of geese in my eddy. Excuse me, guys. We need to borrow that parking space. Yeah, I'd say that's a pretty big ledge. What an impressive piece of water, eh? This section here in particular, you see all that water flowing and then there's no current after it. That's kind of like the effect of a low-head dam, where it would just hold you right there and drown you real quick. You made it down 9 Bar Rapids. Yeah! Wild freaking stretch of river here. Man, is it ever beautiful. What an adventure just getting down this section of river, running the rapids with the most dangerous piece at the very base of it. Well, that should be it for the really challenging, more dangerous rapids for today. So stoked that we were able to run it, because that was part of my concern. You know, you have to portage, you miss out on all that fun. There's seals in this river. Like, this is a freaking amazing river, just so beautiful. We're gonna put some Ks behind us and get to camp, but another great day on the river so far.
Took a few casts. Ted got bites. I had one on, lost it. Kind of a bummer, but super late. So we don't have much more time, so maybe we won't have fish tonight, but epic day nonetheless. Well, it appears 9 Bar Rapids didn't work out so well for somebody.
Wow, that's what happened. It's another piece up there. Piece there, smashed. Thankfully that didn't happen.
A reminder to be careful, man. Stuff can happen out here.
That happens to you, and can you even get your gear back? All your clothes, all your food is in it. Does it just rip out and wash away? Does it get pinned up on the river? And then you gotta end up trying to walk out of here, especially if you don't have satellite phone or communication or some sort of plan for someone to come rescue if you don't show up by a certain time. That's part of why Jim and I are paddling solo canoes. It's safer. If that happened to one of our canoes, we could make it out of here in the other one. Scary stuff. That looks like a Royal X canoe too, the strongest of the strong.
You can find yourself in a survival situation real quick, probably over 300 kilometers to the closest bit of civilization, and you know, many rivers and lakes to cross along the way, but pretty much nearly impossible. That's why I carry a survival kit and a sat texting device, so I can try to walk somewhere, maybe to where a plane can land. I carry that on my body, so even if I lose everything else, I'll have something on me to survive for some time and some communication equipment.
Awesome lighting here with the sun setting. There's a bald eagle right there. Well, that was a really cool experience. Just a big bald eagle just sitting there, so trusting of me coming right up to it. I almost wonder if it's injured or something. Maybe it's holding the fish that it doesn't want to have to carry away or something, but really cool experience.
Sun is almost down. It's got to be like 10:30 at night, so it's a late one again. Don't really mean to get on the schedule here, but it has been the last couple of nights. I guess it's not the end of the world, but yeah, we were short of our kilometers today. We were just faced with all kinds of challenges today that took some time, so you have to expect that to take a little bit longer. So I'm not too worried. We're gonna have to make a little bit better time in the coming days. There's a nice little landing here, and an eagle was soaring over it.
massive rock pile esker.
I think this will do. It's flat. There's firewood.
Oh, jeez. Somehow the black clouds are still finding my face, but beautiful freaking view. Beautiful campsite. We couldn't reach one of the marked campsites, but you know, you make do when you have to, and we, you know, just kind of pulled over and we're like, how about up there? But honestly, it is absolutely spectacular. Look at this view, and what a river, what a day. 9-bar rapid was just a freaking wild, and even the raging class 4, it was a fun run. There's seals just jumping out of the river everywhere. No wonder it's a Canadian heritage river. It is gorgeous, and the landscape is gorgeous. More bald eagles than you could shake a stick at around here. We don't have a fish for dinner tonight, but that's okay. You know, you can't catch them all. Left a few for the eagles, left a few more for the seals, right? Hell of a day. There's plenty more to come. Still got 147 kilometers non-stop action, beauty and scenery. Loving this river, loving it. River narrowed in the sections we were running today because it essentially branched around a massive island, and this is where the river meets back up, way over there. We paddled from there, so now they're meeting, and now the river's getting massive again. Pretty cool.
Wind is burning our fire kind of quickly, but it's also boiling our water for hot chocolate and delicious dehydrated Thanksgiving dinner. And I think it's safe to say that this spot turned out to be ridiculously cool and freaking beautiful. Chocolate. It's trapped by the wind.
Northern Lights.
Oh yeah.
Nice grayling.
beautiful day. Worked out camping up here. That 9-bar rapids, getting through that was definitely one of the bigger challenges of the river, so that's good. And you have those bigger challenging things, you can't rush it or you'll run into trouble and possibly end up like that absolutely obliterated, smashed apart canoe we saw at the base of the rapid. Lots more adventure, lots more fun. A nice day to go with it. Hopefully we get a couple of fish today because we didn't have much time to fish yesterday. Arctic grayling, you know, it's just hits the spot so good after a hard day.
Wow. Yeah, they're really purposely flying in there. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 15.
Why are they all just going in more?
I don't know, maybe they like coffee. There's a lot of black flies in your coffee. Sick place to have a coffee, eh? Island here, we're right on that.
So yeah, bedrock exposed, and then this is the campsite, and then this is the C3, so maybe we just camp here.
Yeah, right above the C3.
Yeah, the C3.
So we can just dream of terror all night.
Right. It's a beautiful day. Really freaking cool campsite. Quite a hike up, but I'm like really glad we camped there. Oh, we just came across this water meter station, but quite a cabin they got here. Environment Canada, Inland Waters Directorate, Water Survey of Canada. No junk mail.
It's obviously a joke.
Hello? Pretty cool cabin here. You got some crude bunk beds and card table. The Taku River, Field and Stream magazines, deck of cards. What's the date on this? 1997. It's been here for a while. Ed's Taxidermy, Thompson, Manitoba. Look at that brook trout. Are you kidding me? Do they have those around here? Oh my gosh. So they left the door open, I guess, for people if they have an emergency or anything. Located at the first narrows below Great Island.
The bear smashed the window, ripped it apart, and left no evidence but this nose smudge.
Well, anyway, we just pulled over to check out this cabin and the water meter station. It's kind of cool. Doesn't look like anyone's been here for a while.
These are the kind of things that they do just to get info on what resources are here, our freshwater resources, and decide whether this would be a good place to build an enormous power dam and run countless miles of blazes through the wilderness to get the hydro out here that we don't even need to God knows where. Unfortunately, a lot of our wild rivers have succumbed to massive scale hydroelectrical development,
which I really, really hope they never do. It would just destroy the river. No seals could come up. Just be a disaster. People get stationed here sometimes to do some sort of contract work. It'd be a cool job for sure. So anyway, it looks like their boat that they got here shows how high the water is, that they would have left their boat there.
If we just stop to take a peek at it, gonna push on. Little rain. It's probably just gonna be some isolated showers as the odd rain cloud moves through.
Been really relaxing. Kind of a nice break from just the hard paddling and the, you know, intense rapids we've had to run, and we still have to make it 30 kilometers, but you know, we're gonna put in a little more effort to try to catch some fish.
want to get into some more Arctic grayling, and it's a big river. We've noticed them being more in the shallower rocky eddies at the base of rapids, or just shallow shore eddies and stuff like that. Well, this stretch of river doesn't have too many of those features, unfortunately, but we're gonna try anyway.
We're getting skunked here at the moment.
Look, look, look!
Really cool to see him swimming across and popping up out of the river like that. I don't know that I've actually seen one swimming like that before, so I think that's a first for me.
Finally got a look at a big, beautiful bull moose. Very cool.
We just pulled off into the woods because I saw a wolverine.
If you look at just the gait of these tracks, like how they walk, it looks like a wolverine, bro. Yeah. I'm jealous because I didn't really get a look at it, just saw some motion.
Yeah. Actually did find a couple of tracks in the moss. First from the canoe, I thought it was just saw something move quickly and I'm like, a bear, but just because it was sideways, the shape, and from far how it was moving, and I'm like, no, it's too small. Bear cub crossed through my mind, but then it ran up the hill and I could see its butt, and that was kind of like a telltale sign of what it was as it ran off. It's nice back here. Pretty cool because we just saw a moose.
It was obvious just seeing where the moss was broken. I just smelled this like really musky smell that I passed through, and then I remembered wolverines are like a weasel species, like skunks. Yeah, so I smelt the scent of this wolverine. So that's a super rare sight.
And up straight through there, and that's when I saw its butt and its like stature and just the way it was running. And
cool. I just must have looked in the wrong spot and just saw like these bushes move.
Never seen one in the wild before, just tracked, so it was kind of cool even though it was brief. Like made the whole thing cooler, like going and seeing its track.
Yeah, well, it's such a rare animal to see. Second hardest jaw bite of any mammal next to a hyena.
There's supposed to be bedrock exposed here and there's none. Further evidence that it's just way higher than when these notes were written, eh?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like that whole exposed bedrock for 3 kilometers is just gone.
No, didn't see one lick of it, and it's like a class 1.
We'll have to like keep our eye out for this campsite. Fish is on the menu tonight.
All right. Got one. Yeah. Right up in the rapid, baby. Beauty little Arctic grayling there.
Yep.
Got one, yeah.
Maps 1 gold.
Yep.
keep?
Sure, how many is that?
I have 3.
3? I only have 1. So that's pretty good. We got a freaking delicious grayling dinner now. So that's awesome. Saw a wolverine, a moose, and multiple seals and caught a grayling dinner. Amazing. Is that the rapid up there? The class 3? Where's this campsite? We gotta get over.
I think the campsite's underwater.
Well, I don't know because we shouldn't be able to see the campsite from here. That just looks like the big point. See the round point on the map? Yeah. That's what that looks like.
It's a little concerning that there's just raging rapids where there's supposed to be none.
Yeah, man. Man, this is a wide river to ferry across. This is our best chance at actually finding somewhere to camp.
Just pull up there and camp in the woods right here.
Remember, the whole place that it was marked like exposed bedrock was just non-existent.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm worried this campsite might be just flooded over.
Exactly. Oh, it's marked as bedrock. It says it's a bedrock campsite. This whole section through here that has nothing marked has rapids because the water's high, and the bedrock that's supposed to be exposed is completely underwater. So we're not sure if this bedrock campsite we're looking for will actually be here. So we might have to drag up into the woods. Jim says there's a tent spot over on that island. Pretty good day. Yeah, I guess we could throw a tent here. This isn't so bad. The ground's sand as opposed to mud. It should do just fine. We'll have to go get some wood, but other than that, I think it's easier to camp here than haul into the woods. So, glad he checked it out.
What mixed this up was that because the water's so high, a lot of this campsite is just washed over. Basically where Ted is right there is an island. They are all mosquitoes descending on us from the heavens.
Oh my goodness. This is just a whole other level. And when you make a noise, they speed up. Up and out of there. Up and out of there. Up and out of there. Up and out of there.
Check out our fish. That's beautiful. Bit of a mission to get wood today. I have to cross the river and squabble up the bank through some thick bushes to get a couple standing deads. Remove the tail and fins if you want, but I just throw it in the pan just like that.
This is what I'm dealing with on the mosquito front.
a little pepper on. I got a little margarine on there. Salt and pepper, can't go wrong. A little onion powder, garlic powder. Our dehydrated spaghetti sauce.
Get a lot of meat off them when you cook them this way.
Good morning, my neighbors. Polar bear country, bop bop bop. Polar bear country. Today we're starting the day off with a 4-kilometer long stretch of class 2-3, which sounds just cray. We're really hoping we can run it all. So yeah, we're just gonna basically pack up in the tent and pack camp up and get the canoes loaded and push off into some raging whitewater torrents.
Coming down that 9-bar rapid, I went over a wave that, you know, I guess there was a little rock under. I went over it no problem, but at the back, this just went crunch, and the skid plate broke off, and the actual material, it didn't puncture through, but like one layer kind of ripped off a bit, and it's like a little soft. To patch that area, I threw some of this marine epoxy there just to give it a little extra protection.
Which is crazy because I have a boat made of Tough Stuff Expedition 2 that I've like literally beat the hell out of and smashed on rocks and nothing like that's happened. So just kind of bad luck, but now we're worried, what if it gets worse? What if it starts leaking into the air pocket and we have like a host of other issues?
Nice grayling.
Pretty awesome. Took a little extra time this morning to do some fishing in the eddies here. Pretty good action and a lot of fun too. And today we have another whitewater day and a lot of unknowns. Will it be like that crazy one that we tried to sneak and turned out to be a real handful of heavy, powerful, swirly currents? Or will it be challenging but manageable? So we don't know really until we get there.
We're probably gonna make it roughly around 30 kilometers today. That will put us into about the 70 kilometer from the coast range, which is where we hear polar bears come up to approximately. Well, they can do whatever they want, of course, but the closer you get to the coast, the more likely you are to see a polar bear upriver. It's gonna pack up and get on the water.
Looks like there's a ledge down here on River Right.
It's a hot day, which makes running rapids safer in general.
Damage here from breakup. All these smashed over trees here. Trees with the bark rubbed off of them. And this is all ice damage from breakup. And it looks like our class 3 is coming right up around that corner.
We seem to be getting a good spell of hot weather. Doesn't really look like much. Far right, then middle, then kind of get right again.
Huh, okay.
a ledge! So hot. I just ran that rapid, heck of a lot of fun. Big water, class 3. No real boulders to contend with, a bit of a ledge at the bottom we had to skate, but lots of room, and I was just sweltering, so I just jumped in the water with my dry suit on, and it's cooling me right down.
So Ted's trying to cool down.
The next one we have coming up is a 4-kilometer long rapid. A lot of it is class 3. And then after that, we probably have we have like one more rapid and then several river miles to put behind us, which hopefully we'll see another wolverine, some wildlife, maybe catch a few more fish. So today's going well, as long as we can keep our boats in one piece, keep our bodies in one piece, and successfully run these rapids, all in a day's work.
Holy shenanigans. I was not expecting to see ice. Guess it was just piling up here and it's taken a long time to melt. That's why we're wearing dry suits. Water's still cold. Sure, you could get away without the dry suits in this heat, but long 4-kilometer swim or something when there's still ice around would be chilly. Anyway, kind of cool seeing that. Pretty fun, eh?
I hit the biggest standing wave I've hit this trip. There was a skyscraper.
Look at this ice.
Crazy. This whole area just looks like it's been pulverized by ice in high water, eh?
Yeah, man. Should we chip some off for our drinks?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Looks pretty filthy though.
It does, but I like it filthy.
They call me Mr. Freeze, the Iceman. Come get your ice.
Go bust out the beach ball. We should have brought beach balls for the noses of these seals.
This next stretch is noted as C1 start to continuous C3 15-meter drop in the river over 4 kilometers. So the current is going to be very fast.
Should be pretty interesting. There he is.
That was really cool. It's pretty big. Yeah, it looks big.
Wow!
All of that there is all just ice and snow.
Enormous chunks of ice. Unbelievable. I can actually feel the cold air from it.
Oh, looks like it picks up again here. Oh yeah, still going this rapid.
Whoa! Whoa! Freaking seal jumping right in front of me. Whoa! Woo! This is an incredible rapid. Yeehaw!
July 13th.
Dude, that was so amazing.
Yeah.
Look at this ice canyon, dude.
Dude, look at it.
That was freaking wicked. Wicked rapid. Absolutely breathtaking. Just a wild rodeo through this canyon of ice. So cool.
What a cool experience that was. Wow. And it's almost spat us into an area which is semi-tundra. So beautiful, so incredible, like just surreal, spectacular.
Wild rodeo, big water for 4 kilometers. Really enjoyed that. Just seals down here as well, and really cool experience. It's a baby. Amazing footage of a little baby seal.
Started getting harassed by horseflies and bit and swatted at the horseflies and then bailed back into the water. Bald eagle flying across the river there. Just tons of seals sunning on the rock, and then there's another little one right here. Are you pooing in the river? I think you are. So yeah, pretty cool. Really special little spot here, it seems like. We got like a tundra island and starting to look more and more like barren tundra country as we get closer to Hudson Bay.
That stretch was probably in the top 3 of all time coolest stretches of river I have ever paddled. And there's just little baby seals riding on the backs of their mom. You know, it's so cool because we're on a freaking freshwater river, like 100 kilometers from the coast. So really cool experience and really nice day. I'm just absolutely loving this river. I've spotted what looks like an antler on the shore, and I think it's a caribou antler. It is! Sick, bud.
A caribou antler. That's a good one.
Yeah, man.
That's cool, man.
Keep?
I'd keep it. Glad that we did push through those huge lakes and other parts of the trip that were very, very challenging. And right now, because of the weather's on our side and the current and our ability to run all the rapids, we're finding this part of the trip not too stressed, not too much of a push, which is nice. Find a place to stay for the night. I'm gonna make camp.
Luckily across the river here, looks like there's an esker. Looks promising. Looks pretty sweet. Bad news in River City here. Bottom of my canoe is leaking water into the air pocket, and that's the water that's dripping out. Didn't puncture the canoe at all, but somehow water is just seeping through the material, and that's filling up, which is what, you know, will keep the canoe buoyant if the canoe flips. It also doesn't disperse evenly inside the canoe, so it like builds up in the air pocket and creates this sloshy weight, which is sketchy when you're running a rapid. I think something's defective here, something is wrong. It doesn't really make sense. I've never run into anything like this on a trip. I'm gonna do my best to drain the water out of the pocket and patch it. It's the last of our putty epoxy, marine epoxy here. So hopefully I can make it go further. Little nest here with 4 perfect little eggs in it.
That's awesome. We don't know what species of bird these are. Does anybody know? Tell me in the comments.
Look at these northern lights.
Oh yeah. Northern lights. Beautiful colors, and they look really close. Really awesome day. Made it about 30K, so we're doing good. We're not super stressed pushing to make time. We are in polar bear country now. Polar bears are known to come 70 clicks up the river, so we're right on the fringe of it right now. At any point we might start seeing polar bears. Lots more rapids to come, and there's going to be belugas and polar bears and stuff like that, so just hopefully going to get better and better. Hopefully we don't get eaten. Hopefully we continue managing to catch grayling. Lots of fun. Gotta stay up to see stuff like that. Really cool way to cap off an epic day.
Forest fire smoke is really starting to sting my eyes quite a bit. You can see the smoke haze just across the entire river. It's filling everything. There's not a cloud in the sky today. Hopefully this forest fire doesn't become an issue for us. I mean, I guess it is in a way. It's stinging my eyes already. That's why you have to be really careful and just make sure you put your fires out and then put them out again and then put them out again and then stick your dinky in where the coals are, and if it doesn't burn, then you should be good. Jim sprained his wrist pretty badly somehow yesterday, and that's pretty concerning.
I don't know when it happened. It just started bothering me like at the end of the day yesterday. Yeah, a little swollen, but like this side I can bend like this, but this one I can't bend back more than that. You know?
Ouch.
Yeah, I think it'll be okay. Fish scale.
70 kilometers to the mouth of the Seal on Hudson's Bay, and then 70 kilometers to Churchill, Manitoba from the mouth of the Seal. So that's kind of the vicinity we are in Canada. It's incredible. There is a lot of smoke. The smoke amount has increased pretty substantially from first thing this morning. It's at our back, so at least we're paddling away from it. We only have to average about 17.5 kilometers for the remaining 4 days because we made up some time the other days, and that will give us some more time to navigate those rapids and maybe want to get to the coast a day early, because that's the most likely place we would see some polar bear. Also, there's a shack there that's safe from polar bears, and also the only place where we would really see any beluga whales and stuff. So there's also this forest fire spreading this way. Maybe getting a little further away from that isn't the worst idea.
I'd be lying if it wasn't a little bit concerning. Should be fine. It is messing up our views though a little bit.
Notes we're using Hap Wilson ran into major forest fire issues on this river that were quite dangerous, so it is possible. Just spotted another bull moose, really cool, on this small island here.
Well, just jump into this eddy and wait for Ted.
From this forest fire smoke is just getting kind of a little scary at this point.
This is the island I'm waiting for Ted behind. It is super cool. It's just a huge mound of peat. Look at this. Oh, and look what we have here. of this? I want to see Ted's face when he sees it.
Wow! Are you kidding? That is mint! Unbelievable, dude.
I saw the moose on the tip of the island from here.
Look at this peat I'm walking on. Looks like it came from the taxidermist. Wow. Look at how bleached white it is.
Yeah. Can we keep it?
Yeah. I guess wolves took it down. Its bones are scattered around in other spots, but it's just been sitting up here getting bleached by the sun for years and years. And it's really freaking cool.
Its nose is all broken from the wolves eating off its nose.
Yeah, here's some of its bones here. Some rib. Just a really cool chain of events with that moose and the caribou. I guess was taken down by wolves here, and here's its bones scattered around, and the massive head with antlers. Just some really amazing wild country here, that's for sure.
I wasn't gonna keep it because I already have a bunch of this kind of stuff, but I guess I just couldn't pass it up. So we'll see. Be interesting running rapids with this on my canoe. Hopefully I don't dump and skewer myself. Maybe I'll leave it in Churchill or at the cabin at the mouth for other people to see or something. Because here it's just about to fall into the river. Coming through a bit of a side slaw here, and I just spooked a cow moose that was in the willows on the bank at the same time as I was looking at a seal that popped up right in front of me. Pretty cool. So that's 2 moose for the day.
A more lackadaisical day, and the heat makes me want to have a nap. We are just in a very wide stretch. You know, it looks like a freaking big lake, but there's quite a strong current ripping through it. Just so much water, such an unbelievable river, really. Here on my right, we have a peat island. It is a flat plateau up there, very picturesque, very interesting.
Paddle, you little trout sniffer.
Trout sniffer, that's so good. There is a campsite marked in our notes not far from here. It says it's a good beach, but we've camped on a lot of beaches. Maybe we'll check here. Awesome plateau up here. So cool. Just so different from where we're from.
The headwinds are strong, and we only have like 3 clicks to make it to camp, so it's like, what's the point in like beasting into a headwind when we could camp here? I don't know if it's the safest place to have a fire if it's peat moss underneath, but anyways, I looked and I saw these 2 white things sticking out. It looks like we have some more antlers here. Crazy. Look at that.
Well, Jim and I decided to not camp there because it seemed like a bit too much of a peat plateau, which would mean we couldn't have a campfire safely. Also, it was a bit of a hike to get our gear up there and sort of deep on the shoreline. So we're moving on to the next campsite. Hopefully it's not flooded out. It's marked as a good beach. Looks like maybe there's enough space.
I mean, if the water was just a little lower, there'd be an epic beach here though.
So I think normally this beach is actually way out there, like gorgeous beach. You can see not long ago, the water was way up here. Bit of a footpath, maybe for high water or people that don't like camping on the sand. Oh yeah, So yeah, we could camp up here for sure. This ground just freaking caved in here. Look at that. That's pretty crazy. It's almost like a bit of a sinkhole. Happened over there too. Just beautiful day.
This is new. This is just tundra. This was not something we had in the earlier days of the trip. But yeah, very different country than earlier parts of the trip. Very different for sure. It's just how far north we are. There's not any significant elevation here or anything. We're just far enough north that there's permafrost and soil, I suppose, that's not conducive to the growth of forests.
Really cool country we're coming through here. It was a pretty leisurely day, paddling away from this eerie forest fire and exploring a bit. Days are a little less stressful because we don't have to go as far, but tomorrow is a heavy rapid day and we're a little unsure how that's going to go with these antlers on our boat. Like, what if we dump and they just stab us through the necks, the hearts, the livers, the kidneys, and the eyes? We're probably just going to take Advils and go to bed.
Tomorrow we have a lot of intense stuff to face in the way of serious whitewater and also polar bear danger. There's a good chance we might see a polar bear one of these days. So just gonna finish up this delicious dehydrated chili that my wife made. And I'm going to go to bed. First thing we have today is 2 back-to-back raging rapids. At this point, we've dropped our daily distance necessity down from 32 kilometers per day to 17. So that's much easier, depending on good chance we see some polar bears either today or over the next 4 days too. So we're going to be on the lookout for them. Raging whitewater rapids and polar bears are the 2 main dangers, but also the 2 main cool things we get to see and do too if all goes well. So
I'm gonna make a phone call because we have a guy coming to pick us up on the 19th from Churchill, Manitoba in a boat. He's got to drive 70 kilometers on Hudson's Bay, pick us up at the mouth of the Seal River and take us back. Well, we'll be getting our train the next day. That's weather permitting. Hudson's Bay is absolutely freaking massive, and it also has massive tidal flats. Like, literally, if you screw up the tide, you'll be like 2 kilometers out in mud up to your neck, just like sinking and drowning with a polar bear eating you because you can't get away. So, you know, you want to schedule this correctly. Jack Batstone is our contact who's going to come out in the shuttle. I'm going to be telling him that we're on schedule for the 19th. Hi Jack, this is Ted Baird calling. We are 50 kilometers from the mouth on the Seal River, July 16th. Today we are on schedule to be picked up on the 19th at the cabin. He's essentially risking his life to come and get us 70 kilometers out on this massive freaking stretch of ocean. He's got to take precautions as well, so hopefully everything's good on his end, and hopefully we have a safe 50-kilometer descent. Departing camp on this really actually beautiful day, super calm, really nice paddling. Bouldery class 3 that says run center, which is the start of 14 kilometers of almost continuous rapids. Suit up, so to speak, put on her dry suits, and kind of get ready for this. Looks like you could probably bomb through the island and miss the upper stretch if you wanted. Here we go. Woohoo! Woo-hoo-hoo! Wild! That was a 3-4. Yeah. From upriver, it didn't look very bad. A really strong gusting wind has kicked up. It's blowing across this stance of river and broadsiding us with white caps right now, so quite a change of events. That wind is insane. It's just absolutely nuts. We're like almost essentially hit by the wind.
dangerous.
Ted's trapped by the wind. He's running into problems here. Looks like he's almost home free into a more sheltered area. Wow. I don't think we can go anywhere till this wind dies. Couldn't even make it to the next point and back. Just insane. Absolutely insane winds. Pretty action-packed. Windbound here on the river. It's not even that big of a section of river, but it is just so incredibly windy. Essentially, we just kind of need to get around this point a little bit, and we just can't do it. It's just so insanely windy. And the gusts are nuts. I was like paddling. It felt like I was just standing on a rock trying to paddle. Today we thought was going to be dangerous rapids, but the rapids turned out to be okay. And now it's this freaking wind. Like, who would have thought? Yeah, I think we're just gonna have to wait this one out for a while anyways, just to be safe.
Still windbound. We have been for several hours now. No signs of it letting up. I don't know. If it keeps up, we'll just have to camp here. It's a bit of a freaking nightmare. Kind of weird. I just came across this really old stake. Probably some sort of mining camp across the way that maybe burnt down in a forest fire.
I am sick of this swampy willow island. I've been just like sitting here doing nothing for freaking a long time. So, I mean, maybe we're just gonna camp here and hope that the wind is broken by tomorrow. At least the wind's keeping the bugs down. By far the strongest wind yet.
I counted the rings on this tree. They grow much slower here because of the extreme cold temperatures and short growing season. And I counted 90 rings between here and there. Then this outer layer's rotted, so good chance this tree was 100 years old at this size. Crazy.
We might see a polar bear today or sometime soon, I don't know. So we're gonna keep our eyes out for it. We're making better time than we thought too. So I think we're gonna make it to our end point of our trip, no problem. On schedule, maybe a bit before, which is great. I mean, kind of goes to show that we plan things out really well along the entire route, and it's tough to do that for a 25-day trip, finishing on the exact day and forcing ourselves to make our kilometers and doing all the things, building catamarans and sails and paddling into heavy winds and using the double blade when we had to, all added up to, you know, be a good system to get to where we are now. But I don't want to count my chickens before they're hatched though, because there's still some serious whitewater rapids to come and other challenges too.
Sand in it.
Yep. Polar bear. She sees us.
Beauty day, there's no bugs.
Good morning.
We're only 40 kilometers from the coast, from Hudson's Bay. We might, depending on how the day goes, paddle all the way to the coast. There's a little cabin or a shack there that is good protection against polar bears. The chance of seeing polar bears is increasing every kilometer we get closer to the coast. I've heard they come up the river about 70 kilometers, so we might even see them on the river. And so it's just safer to be in that cabin because it's built with like nails punched from the inside out as protection, and it's a little more sturdy than a tent. But 40 kilometers a long way, and we have a bunch of sets of rapids to run today, with I think a really big one as a finale as we get to the coast. So we will see how the day goes. Who knows, like yesterday the wind blows up or something and we can't make it there today, but we might, and then in which case our odds of seeing belugas and polar bears while we're waiting for our boat shuttle to come would be higher. We're just loving this tundra. It's really freaking cool. It's kind of easy to explore and easy to see things like antlers, or I found a couple of stakes yesterday from an old prospecting camp that was over there. Really cool that we're entering this Arctic barren lands type landscape. So different than where we started. It's just a testament to how far we've traveled and kind of the geography of where we're traveling to.
Epic little bit of river to finish, and if we can finish today, that will be means to celebrate, which we'll have to do by toasting with water because we ran out of booze weeks ago.
Oh man, my ever sore. Can't really stretch much without it hurting.
There's a prayer rock here, basically a sacred site, indigenous site. Our river notes here say specifically to leave tobacco, so we're gonna do that because it might be a good thing, because immediately after that the river drops an enormous amount over several thundering rapids. So we need all the help we can get. Much more favorable paddling conditions here today. These rocks were being absolutely pounded by waves yesterday, so looks like yeah, no problem making safe passage through this wide stretch and back into the narrower river.
Just pulling up to approximately where we think this prayer rock might be.
you know, Prairie Rock might be like up
Over
there.
there, well, that's also where the tundra is.
I think I see it. Yeah. Directly through here. It's pretty far.
There it is. Wow. It really sticks out on the landscape. You can see why the Dene use that to help navigate across the tundra for sure. It's pretty cool just walking along here and sort of just imagining the Dene coming through. It's just kind of cool to sort of envision and put yourself in their shoes, I guess, a little bit from that time and think about how they were living. We're here for essentially excitement and recreation and adventure and getting a taste of that way of life, I suppose, but we're not actually part of the ecosystem or living nomadically. Wow. It's pretty amazing. This massive piece of granite just sort of stood upright in the middle of the tundra. And I can see how it was a really great piece for navigation for the Dene coming across the tundra. Really beautiful. I wonder if there's any pictographs on it.
This huge thing, I guess, is down here.
It said to leave tobacco here in the notes, so we actually have some and we are going to leave it.
Wow. You can really get a good view out on all the surrounding tundra from up here. That was definitely worth the search, and the way things are going, there's a good chance we'll be able to finish the river today, but lots of rapids to come.
Well, we have officially reached the 20-kilometer from the coast mark, so we are getting pretty close. The current is starting to pick up and we're entering a maze of islands because the river essentially like branches through all these islands like this, and there's just like rapids throughout everyone. All these channels are really hard to navigate. Which way do you go? Wow, dude, that's like a house-sized boulder. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 channels just here alone.
Almost looks like we might not be able to get through over there.
Right, so let's follow the flow. Yeah, we gotta get left here to stay left of this big island.
Nice class 2 coming up. And then we gotta get far left again. And that's when things pick up with a couple of pretty serious rapids.
Looks like something coming up.
one more rapid to go until the coast. I can smell the ocean from here. We thought we might have seen a polar bear down there. We don't know for sure. Maybe there's one waiting on the portage trail. Hopefully not. Marked as a class 3 or 4. We're not sure what the tides are. It's suggested to run it when the tide's going out. Could check what the tide levels are, but really we're gonna run it now regardless. We're gonna make it to the cabin today. But if the tide's coming in on us, it would create a collision of two currents coming in and going out, which could create, you know, some strange currents and bigger waves. Anyway, that's what we're up against. That's our final obstacle. Possible polar bears in a class 3-4. Just approaching Death Rapids. Don't really know for sure why they're called Death Rapids. Probably because they're deafening and they look big from here. There is the ocean. That's Hudson's Bay in the mouth. The mighty Seal River. One big rapid to go. It's quite the doozy. Looks pretty big, eh? We're getting the 12 gauge out with slugs because it could be a polar bear just lurking and watching us in the bushes here. Uh-oh. Oh no. So far, if we can't get left of that hole, this is going to be a portage. But we're gonna keep going a little further down to check. That is quite the turmoil. That massive, huge frowning hole you see, we're gonna come down on the left close to shore and try to miss it. Yeah, so run this, catch eddy. That eddy, and front ferry over to there. Hopefully we don't get swept into it. We are going to try to run this. It's gonna be pretty scary though. I can see Hudson Bay from here and it looks like the tide's out, so I think we're hitting this at the perfect time. Where's Ted? There he is.
Wow, what a rapid.
A lot of boulders. Woo.
Grab your throw bag! Grab your throw bag! I got something! I'm not gonna make it! You get it! You're tired! Well, don't count your chickens before they're hatched. I lost the Hero 8. Oh no. It's gone, bro. Probably would have punched through it if I had gotten straighter. It actually wasn't that bad if I just like floated, but I was just extra panicked. I had that bag with the electronics that's open. Anyway, whatever. All's well that ends well. Boat was floating pretty high up, eh?
Yeah, it was.
That's good.
Way bigger than I had seen. I missed the first like huge hole, and then all of a sudden right after me there was this another massive hole I didn't see, and it's curling back upriver. So when I went into it sort of sideways, it tried to tip me upriver, and I did a big like lean out high brace, but it just wasn't enough. My paddle just kind of squished into the air bubbles and like almost saved myself, held it, but it just tipped me over, and I lost my GoPro in the front of the canoe, and that camera's gone. It just like ripped off my little magic arm. That's kind of the worst part of the whole thing, but a wild ride to end the Seal River.
So beautiful. Just the birds are incredible. Look at the glow out over Hudson's Bay. Wow. Is that ever beautiful? All caused by this sunset behind me. Freaking gorgeous evening. We see the cabin! Yeah! Wow. Beautiful. There is the cabin. We made it. Could not be a more picture perfect finish. Incredible. We are pretty much done the paddling portion of this expedition, and it feels freaking amazing. We just did some pretty serious stuff. Wow. And it is so freaking beautiful right here. We found it, Dad. A polar bear.
3 of them. It has 2 cubs, Jim. Seriously? Yeah.
She sees us.
Polar bear with 2 cubs.
sunsets. Epic.
That was pretty cool. They greeted us a safe distance away. I don't think she's gonna gun for us or anything, but yeah, 3 polar bears we saw. And Ted saw a wolverine earlier in this trip, so seeing a wolverine and polar bears, that's some bucket list shit right there, man. Dude, look at that. Oh geez. Don't step on the that's to keep the bears out. The door got nails all over it.
Here we are.
Housekeeping!
Don't believe him, it's a polar bear. Polar Baird.
Wow.
Definitely will feel a lot safer. Sure we'll be alright camping without it, but I'm gonna open this window here. See the nails on it? Screwed shut this one. Let's open this window here.
Woo.
Cheers, my good man.
Pretty relaxing not to have to get up, pack everything up today, and make it 30 or 40 kilometers. We have the day to explore and to relax. Pretty awesome cabin. Like, honestly, it's bigger than I thought it was going to be. It's really cool. There's lots of like notes from other groups and people that have visited the cabin or paddled the Seal River, or where they started and where they finished. That's kind of cool to see, and we'll leave our names here somewhere as well. I'm sure some of the groups that have come through here haven't all been able to fit in the cabin, so me and Jim are wondering how they decide who sleeps amongst the bears and who goes in the cabin. A few times in the night we woke up thinking like we had heard a bear and like peered out the windows, and then couldn't get back to sleep right away because riding a high from having completed the trip and being in such a cool place.
We're not far from our cabin and we're observing polar bears. They're out there hunting belugas, and we did see some beluga whales. Their white backs kind of come up.
This guy just ducked under.
It's hard to decipher between the white caps of the waves and the belugas, but sure enough, you can definitely see that super white back, and then also like their blowholes blowing like a mist in the air. And then we saw polar bears out there in 2 occasions. This one's just sitting kind of on an island far away, and the other one was like swimming and floating on a sandbar as the tide come in and was trying to hunt these belugas. So pretty freaking cool. That's 5 bears we've seen now. A mother and 2 cubs yesterday, and now 2 other solo bears here. Pretty wild stretch of coast here, and just so many polar bears. It's hard to believe, really. It's amazing.
Yeah, that bear that I was looking at just dove under and it's swimming now.
What a great place to observe that. So freaking cool. Hopefully when we paddle out to meet our boat shuttle tomorrow, be able to maybe see some belugas as well, and hopefully those bears don't give us any trouble at the same time. I think they're dialed in on what they're actually hunting, and it won't be, you know, that big of a deal, but you know, we gotta stay on edge. Fortunate to be out here witnessing this.
Whoa, there's the bear. Right in front of me.
It was off the point. Dude, it just swam from here to the point. Crazy. Yeah, there it is. Unreal, dude, how it did that. Swam under that fast. Smaller. I thought it was a wolf for a second. Maybe this is the same mom yesterday. Its cubs were just waiting here for it.
Pretty cool. Pretty good entertainment for the day. Watching polar bears hunt whales on Hudson Bay. How cool is that? Ted used the sat phone this morning to just call to make sure our boat pickup was on its way for tomorrow. She asked, oh geez, you know, like, do you guys have a gun? The bears have been bad this year. Consistent topic of conversation around here, I imagine.
Those are some big bears, that's for sure. Just absolutely dwarf the black bears we've seen this trip. At some point today, a big old wolf also walked by the cabin. Pretty huge. Just snuck beneath our noses and we never saw it.
Whalebone. I just found that.
There's some big old bear prints. Right beside the shack. I think this one's mom. And the other one are the cubs. Right here. And here. There's the claws here. Look at the claws. Oh my goodness. Those tracks are all right outside our shed, and we actually woke up last night because we heard something smashing around out there. There's only 3 windows, and on the back side of the cabin, a bear has smashed out the window, so it's just like full-time boarded up. But we heard something like pretty big out here, but we couldn't see out this window. Yeah, dude, I think they walked around here last night.
Crazy. Scratch marks.
Enjoying the day here on the coast. Someone left a telescope here, and so we're able to spot things a little further off with that, which is kind of really fun to just observe what they're up to, and we're able to see some belugas. But I'm just really loving it here. Like, it's just so cool. Absolutely fantastic day. Got here a day early before our shuttle, and I'm glad we did, because this is a highlight of the trip, I would say, for sure. I feel very fortunate to be able to get the experiences that we're getting. It's just been overall amazing.
breakfast at the cabin. We leave today. Shuttle is going to be here at 2 o'clock. We're gonna have to paddle out to meet him because it's too shallow for him to bring his boat and motor in here. We'll have to navigate the gauntlet of polar bears as we do this. Kind of funny, but actually true.
The last bit of creamer has been tightly rationed. That's it. Creamer all the way till day 25, people.
Are you gonna change your shirt for the train?
Yes. How much less fat I am.
Yeah.
Oh. What is that?
It's a hernia.
Hernia. So we just burn this shirt. I think one of the coolest things is not just seeing a bear, but observing their behavior in their own habitat. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So Ted was bummed that we didn't get the trail cam out to see the polar bears circumnavigating the cabin while we slept. But on the trail cam, we have a wolverine investigating. There's the print, so it looked up. It jumped right up there. Jumped up onto this rock, sniffed at the trail cam till it fell over, and maybe that startled it and it left. Day 25 of our adventure. Our boat shuttle pickup should be coming in a couple hours. You're gonna have to paddle out to meet Jack Batstone, who's a legendary northern person from Churchill. He is the guy you call if you want a boat pickup from here. He knows what he's doing. I've honestly lost count of how many bears we've seen. At least 8 or 9 bears. Crazy the amount of bears here, the amount of wildlife, just the wildness of the area in general. Prints from massive wolves, a lot of caribou sign, the bears, the whales, the seals, just everything has been incredible.
A lot of people ask why, like, oh, it's so hard. You're just forced to live in the moment. They say anxiety is thinking about the future and depression is thinking about the past. Well, out here you don't really have that option. You have to be one foot after the other. What are we going to do here? What are we going to do there?
Beauty, Jim.
Making your food, setting up the camp, and you don't have time to think about things we have no control over. You're forced to live in the moment. The nature of this trip and this kind of adventure demands that.
Literally a rapid running through the forest. We're in flood conditions.
And it's, I think, a lot of the way we were supposed to live as animals, as people, is in the moment. And it actually feels amazing.
This is hands down one of the craziest experiences I've ever had.
4 walls and a roof above your head, and you know, the basic needs to survive and move on is all you need.
Flying along, we're not paddling at all.
Just enjoy these moments as best as I can while I'm here, because you know, there's a very good chance I'll never be back here again. Something so fulfilling about doing an adventure like this. It's really just invaluable. Seeing some notes from people from towns that come up here in the winter and do some traditional hunting and trapping and everything. Just hear a bit of their tales of what they ran into and how many bears they saw here, and pretty special area for sure. Here, Daniel Agalak, March 31st, 2018, wolf hunting, back to home to Aravat. July 7th, 2011, making a run to Churchill in a Voyageur canoe after a successful trip here from South Indian Lake. Spirits are high. Would be fun to do that, paddle the coast. Here's one towards Iceland expedition, 2003. First leg of journey completed. Nijiclani Lake, Wolverine River, Seal River. many polar bear upon arrival. Pretty cool. All the stories and memories that have happened here in this cabin. I'm sure it would be awesome to sit here and share stories of our adventures together.
Looks like our ride there.
Yeah, that's gotta be our ride, dude.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, that's him for sure.
Looks like he's waiting out there.
Right.
Yeah, he heard it. Here he comes.
How are ya?
Jack Batstone, I presume.
Oh, there's only two of you.
Yeah.
Three. The guy quit or what?
No, there's only two.
Yeah.
Bugs were bad, eh?
Oh yeah.
Pretty brutal. And he flew us both in one shot, 2 canoes, and
Thanks.
That was much better than the first way, eh?
My dad used to haul, in the wintertime, he used to use those old little tractors. Yeah. He used to haul freight here, Hubbard Point, Caribou Lake, and Duck Lake. Duck Lake is close to Najalini Lake.
okay.
Yeah, he used to haul in there, so all the people pretty much know our last name.
Oh yeah.
Maybe one.
Where you can, right?
So that's all they have.
Well, here we are in Churchill, and we are having ourselves a cold brew. How's that beer taste there, Jim?
Real good.
We're getting some burgers and some fries, having a couple of beers. Freaking sweet. Here we are in the gorgeous Churchill, Manitoba. Jack Batstone put us up in a cabin that he's got here. We catch a train tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. We might get out, you know, visit with some of the local guys. One guy was saying we could help him tend to his nets even. We'll see what we get up to, but just freaking awesome. I'm loving my time here. I just watched the sunset behind me. Absolutely spectacular. This is the land of the never-ending sunset, it feels like. It doesn't get dark till like 11. And I can hear the belugas behind me just out past the tide. There's tons of whales out there. What a beautiful place, what a beautiful day, and it's really nice that we have some time to spend here in Churchill. This is a gorgeous place if you want to come and visit. You know, great place to see polar bears, great place to see belugas, great place for the sunsets are out of this world. Great people and beautiful culture. It's really spectacular. It's hard to go to sleep in a place like this, I gotta say. 10 p.m. I was going to call it a night, but I couldn't resist. Paddle out and see if I could get up close to a few of them. I just had a beluga literally scrape the bottom of my canoe and make me feel off balanced. Unfreaking believable. This is hands down one of the craziest experiences I've ever had. There's belugas literally hitting the bottom of my canoe, blowing air bubbles on the bottom of the canoe, coming around me, squeaking, making all kinds of whale noises, popping up. They have babies. It's almost like a little nerve-wracking because like maybe they could tip me. I don't know. I feel pretty safe, but wow. I did kneel down though. Unreal. Unfreaking real. It is getting pretty late though, so I probably should head back because I am floating out to the ocean.
Dining area, kitchen.
Oh yeah?
This is part of a hotel that they take out.
People sleep out there and everything? Wow.
They're thinking that they had power.
Right.
Right?
Yeah. Because France never, I don't think, had the super impressive navy.
But there's other wars going on at the time too.
Look at all the whales out there. So what are they doing in here? Are they fishing? Or
They're
breeding?
actually, yeah, they're breeding, they're feeding, and giving birth. It's called it's the Enterprise, but they call it the Beluga now.
Old ruins or something. You actually grew up on the trap line on that. Family basically running
running the line, yeah.
And then you had like your dad and everybody.
Mom, dad, and 10 siblings.
Oh wow.
9 siblings, 10 with me.
Yeah. So you guys all kind of had your own line and your own tasks and stuff like that?
Our own little areas on a big trap line. Here's our cemetery. There was a freighter that was hauling iron ore out of Rankin. Second World War vintage.
That's not a pretty decent crash landing. Good pilot then.
Awesome pilots, yeah. The guys all walked away.
Wow.
Wow.
So they probably skipped across the rocks for
They
quite a
must
ways.
have did some skipping, yeah.
Yeah.
If you look at the wingspan on that puppy,
Yeah.
they could probably almost be crawling at a crawl, right? Because these things were designed like a lot of power,
Yeah.
and they said they designed them to go over the Alps
Oh,
with a
okay.
load.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Was it a DC-3?
it's similar,
Yeah.
but it's a 46.
Okay.
C-46. Yeah.
So there's one of the engines.
Yeah, there's an engine right over here.
Never seen a plane crash before.
Yeah, there's ptarmigan.
Is this cool or what?
Ted, we should just throw a little wood stove in here
Right.
You know, just staple some blankets over the windows and, you know, make ourselves at home.
Apparently the pilot and the other guys on board all walked away, so good pilot. Even though it crashed, they managed to skip across these smooth boulders and plow through the small trees and crash land safely. Pretty banged up, but honestly, like, you know, a little duct tape, some PL, get this bird back in the air, right? Here is the polar bear jail.
Yeah.
Not a common thing in most places. Pretty cool. And it's, I would imagine inside right now there could be anywhere from 2,000 to 4,000 polar bears.
They can't hold as many as 30 bears.
30 bears, wow. There's the bear trap. I definitely think Jim would fall for that. Especially if you put like a walleye in there or a pickerel.
Oh yeah.
These are the traps. They trap the bears. They put them in the bear jail.
They give them a 30-day sentence.
Yeah.
They get a 30-day sentence. They can think about what they did wrong. And then they let them go.
When we wake, hear the birds and see the sun.
You guys leave Ontario?
Side by side, our fears are done.
That big pen over there?
Oh, the good times just begun.
So you're gonna start back up doing tours?
Yeah, we've got a tour of the town. Hey, that one looks like Buck.
He's a long-haired type.
Yeah, I've never
And
seen one. Blue sky sled in bed, you said?
blue sky bed and sled.
Call us crazy, but things are finally right.
You guys do us a favor.
Hi Fiona, are you
And
19?
it gives him a little bit more warmth. You'll notice
Fiona
we've got
is
these little sails
19.
up.
Guess you guys got to eat a lot of eggs, eh?
Yeah.
My friend went on alone. When she came in third, she did really good.
We don't need no
Yeah. Yeah.
And you guys did, and I think we should probably just. Can you hear the squirrel?
Here at Blue Sky Expeditions and Blue Sky Bed and Sled, we are just checking out their facilities here, meeting all their happy sled dogs. They're just having a blast here, running around, all hanging out as a pack.
And,
Are you 17 and a half?
He's 17 and a half yet.
Oh.
He's microchipped, aren't you, Ultra?
Great place they have here. Really cool to check out. Some really great people here. Gerald is taking us around and showing us the sights today. It's just an awesome part of Churchill. Heading to this train station to board our train.
before I sleep. Hear the crickets, see the moon. Side by side and through.
Hey, you guys going to Winnipeg?
We know what we have, let's hold on tight. Found what we're looking for in life.
Packed and ready to go. Loaded on the train, ready to go. Just got to go get our tickets, put some labels on them, and get comfortable for the long, what I hear is an 18-hour train ride to Thompson. Aboard the Muskeg Express.
We don't need no more. Even in the hard times, you can weather any storm.
What river is that?
We don't need no more. Even in the hard times.
And there he is. We have made it to Thompson, Manitoba. Long train ride through the night from Churchill. Kind of cool as well, just all through the wilderness. And we are going to begin the long drive home, but
what a freaking adventure all around it's been up until this point. I was sort of thinking the adventure ended with our boat shuttle, but it continued in Churchill and the belugas and the sightseeing and just visiting dog sled teams at Blue Sky Dog Sleds was awesome. And just such a character, Jack Batzone, who gave us the shuttle, the boat shuttle, and put us up in his place. It was a great experience. Fingers crossed we have a safe drive home.